I call to order the hybrid regular meeting of the Lakewood City Council on February 12th at 7:02 p.m. For those attending online and would like to call in for comment tonight, you can join the meeting at 720-707-2699 and enter webinar ID 849-5732-0840, followed by the pound sign. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Strom.
Here.
Over.
Here.
Mia Guerrero.
Here.
Stewart.
Here.
Ryan.
Yes.
Sharazai.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Cruz.
Here.
And Sinks.
Here.
Mayor Strom, you have a quorum.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. We are now going to transition over to the Pledge of Allegiance for this evening. For those of you that are able to stand, please do so for the pledge, and then we will remain standing for a moment of silent prayer.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Section 7.2 Parens B of the Charter and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2 Parens B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such a member has a personal, financial, or business interest. And this is the point in the evening where we will turn over for the meeting to our Judge Bozarth. We've got an induction ceremony for our newly elected Ward 5 City Councilor, Paula Nystrom.
You could raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, Paula Nystrom,
Swear or affirm
swear or affirm
to support the Constitution
to support the Constitution
of the United States of America,
of the United States of America,
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the State of Colorado,
of the State of Colorado,
the Charter and ordinances
the Charter and ordinances
of the City of Lakewood, Colorado,
of the City of Lakewood, Colorado,
and to faithfully perform the duties
and to faithfully perform the duties
of the office of City Council.
of the office of City Council.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just need you to sign.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, and we will give Councilor Nystrom a moment to join us up here on the dais. Welcome. And clerk, when you're ready, if you'll please read item number 6 into the record.
Mayor Strom, I think we need a roll call with the new council.
Oh, you're right. Yes, thank you.
No problem.
Can we please have a roll call with the new council?
Strom.
Here.
Over.
Here.
Mia Guerrero.
Here.
Stewart. Here. Ryan.
Yes.
Sharazai.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Nystrom. Sorry.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Cruz.
Here.
And Sinks.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor. And for item 6, we have a proclamation bidding farewell to our Assistant Police Chief, Ed Lohr.
I'm right here. I didn't recognize you. That's okay.
these first,
Okay.
and then you'll have an opportunity to say a few minutes. Honoring the career of Assistant Chief of Police, Ed Lord. Yes, you need to be closer. Whereas, after an illustrious 39-year career with the Lakewood Police Department and a remarkable 43-year dedication to law enforcement, Assistant Chief of Police Ed Lohr has announced his retirement. And whereas Ed joined the Lakewood Police Department in 1984, demonstrating exceptional commitment during 4 years on patrol before contributing significantly to the Special Enforcement Team, earning accolades for resolving multiple cases, arresting burglars, gang members, and aiding in the arrest of a notorious armed robber. And whereas Ed's outstanding service continued in the investigative division, specializing in crimes against children, and later leading the career criminal unit, showcasing exemplary dedication during the investigation of the tragic murder of 10-year-old Jacob McKnight in 1991. And whereas Ed's career featured impactful assignments as a theft detective, SWAT sergeant, and critical role in the response of the unprecedented violence at Columbine High School in 1999, earning Ed the unit citation and medal for distinguished service. And whereas Ed's leadership has also demonstrated in 1999, or was also demonstrated in 1999, during a hazardous incident involving a fully engulfed gas tanker truck, displaying quick and sound decisions, resulting in Ed being rightfully awarded the Police Service Award. And whereas, how do you summarize 39 years?
You're doing a fine
Right. Ed excelled as a sergeant in the Vice Intelligence Unit and the West Metro Drug Task Force, achieving numerous felony arrests and successfully handling a barricaded criminal incident in 2001. And whereas Ed's rise to commander in 2008 led to successful oversight of the patrol division and significant contributions in the coordination of law enforcement efforts during the 2008 Democratic National Convention. And whereas Ed's promotion to Division Chief in 2014 marked 7 years of leadership in the Support Services Division and later command over both Support Services and the Investigative Division. And whereas Ed's exemplary service continued in 2022 when Ed was named Interim Chief of Police, leading the department with integrity and pride until the appointment of a permanent police chief, resulting in Ed's deserving promotion to Assistant Chief of Police. And whereas Ed Lohr's dedication also extended beyond operational roles, serving on boards, instructing courses, receiving numerous acclamations, culminating in Ed's induction into the Lakewood Police Department Hall of Fame. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Lakewood and the Lakewood City Council hereby extend their deepest appreciation and gratitude to Assist Chief Ed Lohr in his unwavering dedication, outstanding leadership, and countless contributions to the Lakewood Police Department and the community.
Okay. Mayor Strom, thank you so very, very much. City Manager Hodgson and Council, thank you all very much. And all, what a tremendous outpouring of love. You all came here for me tonight, right? Thank you. Yes, I've spent almost 40 years at the best darn department there is in the United States. I spent 40 years in the best darn community in the metro area, and I have loved every minute of it. Thank you all very, very much. This is quite the job, and it's quite the honor, it's quite the profession. It is a calling, and I love this community for the support they have for its police department. The members of this agency are tried and true professionals who will serve you day in and day out. Know that. These men and women here are for you. And once we lose sight of that, it's time for us to move on. Be proud of your police department. be proud of your council. They're doing the very best job they can, okay? And be proud. Be proud of this community, because it's top-notch. Thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure to serve you. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will call up Mr. Robert Smith. No, I saw him somewhere. There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Got Ms. Kim Woodworth on the, doing some technical stuff. So we've got just a moment.
We have just a little bit of a technical difficulty that we're waiting on.
Show the video in a little bit, but can we bring up Kim on Zoom?
Oh, there she is.
There she is. You want to introduce her, or do you want me to introduce her? Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery and City Council and Mayor Strom, thank you so much for having me here this evening. I'd like to take this time to introduce you to the ever affable, ever effervescent Kim Woodworth. She's with the Economic Developers Council of Colorado. That's kind of the mothership for economic development agencies all across the state. The headquarters for their operation is in Palisade, Colorado, which many of you may know as a great place to get peaches for most of the year. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Kim Woodworth. She's on your screen right now. Kim, take it away.
All right, thank you so much all for having me, and I am so honored to be here to represent the city of Lakewood and all the great work that they've been doing. EDCC is an industry association that supports economic development efforts across the state. We are the state's premier economic development resource, representing the economic development interests of both our public and private sectors throughout the state. We connect our communities, our members, and our partners to high-quality educational opportunities and trusted resources, and advocate for sound policies and programs that support a vibrant economy and enhance quality of life for all Coloradans. Economic development is the promotion of economic well-being and quality of life in a community through the creation, retention, and expansion of jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. Successful economic development creates high-quality jobs, develops vibrant communities, and improves quality of life. And quality of life is largely determined by the wealth of a community, which is primarily created through primary job growth. Primary jobs produce more goods and services that can be consumed by the local economy, and therefore exports a significant portion of them. Those funds are then infused back into the local economy and therefore have a substantial impact on output, employment, and wages. Our secondary jobs are just as important. They play a significant role in the local economy by providing the goods and services to residents and primaries alike. Common secondary employers include retail and dining establishments, our construction and transportation, our healthcare services, art and cultural industries. Your economic development team at the City of Lakewood are engaged in programs and activities that are building a favorable economy and a sustainable and effective economic development by engaging in strategic planning, business retention and attraction, real estate development, finance, small business development, innovation and entrepreneurship, neighborhood and community economic development, workforce development, and resiliency planning. They work with a myriad of partners all across the state, including local partners, our public and private economic development organizations, your business community, local, state, federal governments, special authorities, chambers of commerce, your public and private sector, workforce development, community colleges, universities, research institutions, neighborhood groups, and citizens, utilities, philanthropic organizations, just to name a few. And I always say, to be an economic developer doesn't mean that you need to know everything. You just need to know everyone that can help us build and retain jobs. The most recognized award in economic development in Colorado is called the Eddy. and it represents outstanding achievement by our members, organizations, communities, companies, and legislators. The Eddie Award, a statue, embodies the innovative pioneer spirit of those in both public and private sectors in pursuit of excellence in the community, in the name of community. This year's Crafted Eddie Award is a confluence of materials, minds, and methods resulting in a set of art pieces connected to the Grand Valley, which we actually hosted our event here in Grand Junction, which is the confluence of two rivers. Designed and created in Grand Junction through a collaboration with Fractal Metalworks, these awards are truly a product of the Grand Valley, which will be displayed tonight. In order to win the large community of the year, first, the community size has to be greater than 60,000 in population. They have to demonstrate support for economic development through financial, board participation, and or lobbying. Invest in long-term development of communities such as infrastructure, permanent financing of economic development or targeted strategies to secure primary jobs, or have had a special project or development during the nomination year. This year's Large Community of the Year winner was chosen for the creation of the Public Investment Loan Agreement intended to facilitate the redevelopment of a key mixed-use parcel, bringing capital investment and increase in sales tax generation, which actually, by the way, pays for all those special services that you need, including your paramedics and your firefighters and your police departments in order to protect your community, and has created in new jobs within your community. They have also created 3 new creative business programs, 2 of which mingle with a mentor, and the other a Jumpstart program, which is facilitating the startup community there in Lakewood. The city supported businesses through 3 matching grant programs in 2023. All 3 programs, business safety and security, commercial reinvestment, and adaptive reuse. The city is home to a voter-approved reinvestment authority that is managed by your economic development department, which encourages private reinvestment within targeted areas to enhance the city's ability to preserve and restore the vitality and quality of life in your community. Since its inception in 1997, the authority has established 3 reinvestment areas in the city and has carried out multiple redevelopment projects that have produced vibrant new places and spaces. Robert, I'm about to tee you up. This year's Large Community of the Year goes to, please play the video. Congratulations to the city of Lakewood. We couldn't be more proud of you and the wonderful economic vitality that you have created for the state of Colorado. Robert, I'll let you hand over the award.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we did win the Eddie Award for a Large Community of the Year. It's right here in my hands. It's my pleasure at this time to present it to our newly elected mayor, Wendy Strom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wouldn't it make sense that I present it back to you to put in your lovely office?
I think it should go in a case someplace, but I'm happy to make certain that it happens.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate you coming by to give this to us so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, City Council.
Congratulations, everybody. I have not had that much opportunity to stand during a city council meeting, so that was kind of nice. All right, and so breaking from a little bit of the tradition this evening, our next item is actually going to be our executive report. This is something that typically falls towards the latter part of the meeting, but the executive report is actually the portion in our meeting where we're hearing back around about the meeting that occurred last month around the conversation of migrants in our Denver metro area community. Given the amount of community interest in this topic, Ms. Hodgson has agreed to move her report to earlier in the evening, as I know that there are many of you community members that are here and interested to hear about it, and that this would likely also inform your comments as you're getting ready to come up later tonight for public comments. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ms. Hodgson, our city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Strom. May I take just a moment to welcome our newest council member, Councilor Nystrom. Welcome and congratulations. I also just want to take 30 seconds to congratulate Chief Lohr. I had the privilege of working with him side by side for many decades, and that gentleman is indeed an example of real integrity for our organization, and we will miss him. So now for my report. Thank you for letting me. Okay, so on January 8th, at your city council meeting, you gave us a staff assignment, and that assignment was City Council directed staff to meet with representatives from the city and county of Denver to determine how Lakewood can learn about the migrant crisis and discuss potential opportunities to partner as a good neighbor responding to the increasing migrant population arriving in Denver. This document summarizes information gathered from that meeting. This document that I'm referring to was posted online a week ago, just last Monday. And the meeting itself, we've had one meeting with the staff at Denver, and that meeting was held January 24th. First, we learned a little bit about the status of the situation. And remember, this was as of January 24th, and as you know, the situation is pretty fluid in nature. So at that time, we learned that in the past year, Denver had received over 38,000 plus, so more than 38,000 migrant newcomers, and this is since December of 2022, arriving about 200 arrivals per day. The number of people arriving throughout the year varies significantly month by month. That's what we learned. Denver had spent approximately $46 million on the migrant newcomer shelter and associated support in 2023, securing housing for 4,000 people through 900 leases and providing more than 700,000 meals. Their average cost has been about $4 million per month. Denver indicated at that point that they're anticipating the cost for 2024 will be approximately $180 million. So the plan going forward, I want to tell you what they taught us about the current strategy and the future strategy. They're changing their model. Denver is actually winding down the program related specifically to housing migrant newcomers. This includes the current practice of placing people in shelters, utilizing 7 hotels, 2 congregate facilities, and 1 transitional housing facility. Due to the shift away from placing migrant newcomers in shelters, Lakewood is not being solicited for hotel, motel, or congregate housing support. Denver is initiating it's called a coordinated entry program, which is dispersing migrant groups to willing cities throughout the country and outside of the Denver metro area. Mayor Johnston's administration is actively and personally reaching out to request permission and support to other cities to receive the migrants in those cities across the country. This program is titled Denver's Onward Travel, and it includes the Denver-funded onward travel support. Approximately half of the new arrivals deliberately choose to be relocated, To date, Denver has purchased about 19,000 onward transportation tickets for migrants in 2023, exceeding $5 million in cost, which averages about $300 per ticket. Lakewood has no role in this program and has not been requested to participate in the Onward Travel program. The focus is an outreach to cities outside of the Denver metro region. So the next question was what City Council relayed to us to ask Denver, and that is, how can Lakewood be a good neighbor? And the response is two separate requests. Two separate requests were identified from Denver to Lakewood. The first one is Lakewood as a city organization is asked to assist in the communication of resources available to the migrant community. And the second request is Lakewood as a community of residents can volunteer and or donate to Denver's established programs. In fact, Denver is requesting all community members in the whole metro area to consider the options for volunteering and donating to support the migrant community. So again, the first request is this. Denver has requested the City of Lakewood's assistance in referring interested parties to the City and County of Denver website. The way we can do that is by posting a link to their resources on Lakewood's webpage. The second request is Denver invites Lakewood and community members throughout the metro area to participate in volunteer and donation opportunities that can help the migrant newcomers. This is only if you're interested and willing to participate. The opportunities for individuals who would like to help are, here's some sampling. I'll give you some samples. The first one is volunteering to become a host family. In other words, adopting a migrant family in their homes. There's a program available online, again, through the Denver website, outlining specifics, guidelines, etc. Another opportunity is by making financial contributions. People can donate the most needed items, and to date, those are men's clothing, children's clothing, shoes, winter gear, and underwear. People can contribute volunteer hours. The most needed skills are bilingual speaking skills, coordination skills, case management skills, education and training skills, etc. People can donate by supporting to Lakewood's faith-based organizations who currently are providing resources to the newcomer migrant program. And finally, people can donate support to Lakewood nonprofit organizations, of which we have many, who are also impacted by the newcomer migrant population. In summary, Lakewood could be helpful by referring people to the resources identified on the City and County of Denver website. If community members in Lakewood and elsewhere are interested in becoming personally involved, they are encouraged to volunteer through these options that I outlined a moment ago. At this point in time, a potential partnership is limited to the information identified above. I know that might be more or less than you expected, but that's what was relayed to us on January 24th. If City Council determines that conversations with Denver should continue, remember we've had one meeting, it's recommended that City Council invite a representative of Mayor Johnston's administration to come here to a Lakewood City Council meeting to share whatever updated status that there is and to help answer questions from Lakewood's community. If that's something that you want to do, you just need to direct staff and we can do that. So again, this briefing is posted on our website, and at the very end of the briefing is a list of all of those resources. So if anyone wants to get involved, you sure can by checking out the website. With that, Mayor Strom, that concludes my report, and I'll be here for the rest of the evening with you.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Hodgson and staff for that report back. And again, printed copy of that information is available on lakewood.org/migrant information, migrant-information. So Before we move on into the rest of our agenda tonight, we've got a lot of new faces in the room this evening, so I wanted to go through a little bit about what to expect and the flow for the night. We've worked hard to shift a few things around on the agenda, as you've already heard one of the examples, and have actually lightened up our agenda this evening to allow for more public comment to hear from all of you. We do have 4 separate times for public comments scattered throughout the agenda, you may have noticed. The first 3 are dedicated to specific agenda items. Once that business is done, we'll open it up to hear public comment on other items. If you want to speak but have not signed up yet, the sheets are in the back of the room. If you've already made comments on Lakewood Speaks, a note just to let you know that those are viewed by your counselors and actually become part of the public record as well for this evening. You do not need to do both in order to be heard. Typically on the night of a new counselor swearing in, we will take a recess, which as you noticed, we did not this evening. But typically what we do is we take a recess during the meeting to have a short celebratory reception. In light of popularity of tonight's meeting and the number of attendees, our new Counselor Nystrom has proposed an alternative celebration idea that will actually occur at our next meeting on the 26th and has a little bit of a fun new flair. So wanted to invite any of you back that are here for Counselor Nystrom to celebrate with her on the 26th. We will have that on the agenda that night. Separately, just a couple of housekeeping items. I noticed there were, oh, you guys are so good, thank you. There are a few signs, was just going to ask that we keep them down out of respect for the people behind us, so thank you so much for doing that. Also, out of respect of our attendees, this is not necessarily a big room. We've got a lot of voices. Would ask you to refrain from any audible support or discourse or whatnot. It doesn't take much to escalate, and now our meeting is no longer set up in a way that we can hear each other speak. So please refrain from audible support or discourse. And then, of course, the most important part is, for those of you that might need it through the course of this evening, restrooms are out these doors and then to the right. This evening will be long. I think we all expect that. But it is a gift, if we look at it this way, and an opportunity to hear so many differing opinions. We are all neighbors, and I would encourage each and every one of you to keep your ears open, our minds open, and to listen to what each other has to say. So with that, we'll go ahead and transition over to our consent agenda. Are there any items that council would like to request be removed from the consent agenda this evening?
Can we pull item 9?
Item 9. Any others? No. Okay. All right. We will discuss item 9 after the consent agenda. And so with that, will the clerk please read the new and improved updated consent agenda into the record?
Thank you, Mayor. The consent agenda includes the following items. Item 10, Ordinance O-2024-5, Health and Safety Requirements for Short-Term Rental Inspections on first reading. Item 11, Approving Minutes of the City Council Meeting. City Council Regular Meeting, January 8th, 2024. City Council Regular Meeting, January 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. And do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
Mayor Strom, I move for the approval of the City Council minutes, order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And before we move forward, we have, so this complicates a little bit of one of my sheets. I do see on the consent agenda public comment for the evening at least 3 speakers that are here, probably most likely to talk about the housing plan. But what I'll do is I'll name names, and then if you guys want to wait till we talk about the housing plan that has been pulled, we'll move that on forward. So with that, we'll start with Mr. Mace.
just 2 seconds, Mayor, please.
When you're ready.
I am here tonight speaking on the minutes. The reason I'm speaking on the minutes is I have gone and done research on Lakewood Speaks and on the website. I don't see our city council minutes on either the website or Lakewood Speaks. I am asking what is going on and where are they posted? Why aren't they posted to the website? Why are they not? Why are they just posted to Lakewood Speaks? Everybody deserves a chance to read them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mary Hanson.
I'll wait until after item 9.
Okay, thank you. Then Diane Duffy, Paul Ditson, I believe you guys are both here for item 9 as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is Paul, okay, thank you. Jill McCranahan? Okay. John Spencer? I might have mispronounced the last name. Grant Ranch address? Amber Varwig? Okay. Can outside hear us?
They said they lost the feed a minute ago. Outside, I don't think they can hear.
Lauren, did you
Okay.
hear that? Is the TV and audio running outside? Okay. Mayor, Channel 8 says that the audio is working outside. And they've tried to address the
Okay.
volume.
Okay, will you go
Yeah,
ask for
Mayor-
Amber Varwig and John Spencer to see if they're out there? Could you? Okay. Oh, Amber Varwig just walked in. Did you want to speak on the housing study or something on the consent agenda? We just pulled the housing study off of the consent agenda.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to talk about the housing study.
Okay, so we'll,
And I wanted to speak again later, but if we're not talking about the housing right now, then I don't need to speak.
okay, perfect. We'll come back to you. Oh, Ms. Varwig? Why don't you go ahead and just stay in here for a minute? Okay, perfect. Is there a John Spencer in the atrium that would like to speak on the consent agenda? Were you wanting, sir, to speak on the housing study or another item on the consent agenda? Okay. Yep.
Is that microphone you want me to use?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I'm John Spence, and I live in Grant Ranch, which is partially in Lakewood. And the thing I wanted to point out is these huge amount of migrants, as you call them, illegal migrants actually, we're housing these people, and it's going to cost an enormous amount of money. This federal money is not free money. Everybody's taxes are going to end up going up, and the crime is going to become incredible, just like New York City. And our infrastructure, our hospitals are going broke from all of this. And so what you're doing by housing these people here in our neighborhoods is aiding and abetting these people, and there's going to be a lot of crime that's going to come upon us because of what you're doing. And also, it costs an enormous amount of money, taxpayer money, that all of us are paying for and can't afford to pay for to house these people. So I'm against what you're doing to house them here in our neighborhoods, because it'll spill over outside of Lakewood, outside of your boundaries, and it'll affect all of us. And our law enforcement will reach the point where they cannot protect us. That's what I have to say.
Okay. Please, you guys, we all really need coordination tonight so that we can get out here at a reasonable time. I ask that we please not have any audible support or discourse. We have a lot of varying opinions in here, and I need you to please respect that. Again, we are neighbors, and this is how we need to be. We can recess the meeting if it comes to that. Any of our counselors can actually put forward a motion to recess this meeting if they feel that this is getting too disruptive for us to be moving forward. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. As far as the consent agenda goes, counselors, please go ahead and cast your votes. All right. And with that, that passes 10 yeas and 0 nays. 11 yeas. She's already late. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to what was item number 9 within the consent agenda that we have now pulled out. So we'll go ahead and welcome our speakers on this. And before we start that session, I do have... We have a list of 2 pooled speakers. So the way that this works is any individual speaker gets 3 minutes. We do have a full house tonight, as I mentioned. We will not be adjusting down the time for our speakers this evening. We do want to make sure that we do everything possible to make sure that everybody gets heard. It is, however, within our policies and procedures, recognizing that our duty is to both not only carry out the business of the city and to seek the encouragement and encourage public participation on matters of the city. It's important that people are awake and alert, you and us, actually, and both of these missions can be difficult within a limited time frame within the City Council. To help with time, if someone comes up and stands up at any point through the evening tonight and represents what you are here to say, in lieu of speaking yourself, I welcome anybody to raise their hand if they agree with the speaker. The clerk will be making note of that, and we will be adding that to the record as well. Also, Lakewood Speaks comments that have been entered online are part of the meeting record. If you've commented there, counselors have reviewed them, and they will stay part of the record. This is our time to hear from you. Public input is listen only. If you have questions that you would like responses to, I do encourage you also to reach out directly to your city councilors. If at any point in the evening, especially as it starts to get late, that you'd like to submit a comment online, I have asked our city clerk to reopen public comment on lakewoodspeaks.org. So you can go in and still contribute comments there, which normally that shuts off at noon and we don't have any more. So you get tired, you want to make a comment that way, that is another alternative. If we are continuing at 11:30 this evening, we will do a time check. And City Council will have the opportunity to vote to continue or adjourn the meeting. If you've not been called, and that does happen, you would be put at the front of the line for our February 26th meeting. So just give you a little bit of an idea of what to expect there. With that, what we'll do then is we'll go ahead and move on to item number 9 for the housing study, housing plan. And we have a number of speakers. Did we? Nope. Okay. All right. So we'll start with, I've got 2 pooled speakers. So for individuals, attendees that are not used to being here, what pooled speakers means is we've got 4 individuals that are actually pooling their time and get a 10-minute block. So you come in, you're by yourself, you get 3 minutes, come in with 3 other people, and you get 10 minutes. So our first 10-minute speaker is Paul Ditson. And Mr. Ditson, who is it that you've got here with you?
Could Mary go first? She has a joint statement to make.
Sure, absolutely.
Mayor Strong, would you like item 9 read into the record?
Let's try that first.
Item 9, Resolution 2024-8, concerning Lakewood Strategic Housing Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Mary Hansen, and I am the president of the Iber Neighborhood Association. Can't see with my glasses on or off.
Ms. Hanson, then were you speaking with Paul Ditson? Or you guys are doing separate?
It sort of together. So I was going to lead off and then.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Several of the North Lakewood neighborhood associations have met a few times, and we studied and discussed the housing plan and have come up with this combined statement to read to you tonight. We recognize and support the City of Lakewood's work around the housing crisis, especially around affordability. We find that the plan contains many worthwhile and noble objectives where it directly addresses housing affordability. We do not take issue with the affordability aspects and, in fact, wish to see them strengthened and expanded. Over the years, we have heard numerous times of the unintended consequences that occur when modifying policy and also city code. These unintended consequences can negatively affect neighborhoods for decades and need to be taken into consideration. One unintended consequence of the strategic housing plan, as it is currently written, is that certain aspects do not directly address affordability. Tonight, we are expressing our concern over mixing the two objectives under the umbrella of affordability. The language in the draft can often apply to both affordable and market rate housing, and what begins as tools or suggestions for affordable housing can end up being applied to the market-driven projects with problematic results. These two objectives need to remain separate to eliminate potential unintended consequences. We endorse city strategies for affordable housing only, but reserve judgment on approaches to market rate, which needs to be considered more carefully and often more closely in each unique neighborhood's context. We appear before you this evening out of necessity. Lakewood neighborhood associations were not included as stakeholders during the development of the strategic housing plan in a city that aims to be inclusive. Why would neighborhood associations not have a seat at the table when discussing policy about the neighborhoods that will be absorbing the new housing/residents? Our overarching concern is the exclusion of neighborhood organizations from the consultation process and the resulting oversights and potential impacts that may result. We believe that had our neighborhood organizations been interviewed during the early stages of outreach, that the resulting strategic housing plan might have been better informed, contained goals that would have been more compatible with our existing, stable, single-family neighborhoods, and may well have produced additional innovative ideas that would more directly address the problem of housing affordability unique to our diverse neighborhoods. Such oversight limits the value of this plan and encumbers the planning process going forward. We want the city staff in its original strategic housing plan document to recognize the importance of neighborhoods and their associations. As this strategic housing plan process concludes, we hope that city management and city council would recognize the neighborhood associations as stakeholders in its outreach process for the comprehensive plan revision of 2025 going forward. We would welcome the opportunity for one or more spokespersons to participate in a community engagement forum similar to the community advisory group process, which helped inform the zoning ordinance of 2012 and comprehensive plan of 2015. Thank you.
I think we're just keeping the clock running, and Mr. Ditson will finish off.
Good evening, Paul Ditson. I'm here actually representing the Iber Neighborhood Association. I think there's been a little confusion that Mary was going to make a short statement on behalf of North Lakewood Neighborhood Associations. There's 7 of us that have signed on to that statement. And I'm going to have to abridge, I think, what I had intended to
So
present.
you're doing 10 minutes yourself?
That's what I was going to ask on behalf of the neighborhood association, because it was our understanding that this policy would apply to 10 minutes for a neighborhood association or a group of people. So if we're representing the neighborhood.
Okay, so we'll restart the clock.
I'll keep it as short as
Thank
I
you.
can. I don't think we'll use a full 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As Mary had said, the housing plan focuses on affordability, as it should, but the full scope of the plan is much more than just affordability and housing security. Endorsement of this plan here tonight will therefore include council's endorsement of these less scrutinized, more controversial objectives. We must not develop policy that incentivizes corporate land speculation and market rate development. The citations and the comments that I shared by email to you all this last weekend, describe how very large investors and build-to-rent operations can impact communities. You know, they will fully exploit any loopholes in the regulations, because that's how big business operates. So any policy that emerges from this plan will need to be carefully scrutinized, and we will not endorse as an organization any policy that does not expressly protect the stability of our community. I would like to take a moment, if I may, to address some of our critics. When we express our concerns about housing policy, we're often criticized for being NIMBYs. The truth is that we already have affordable and attainable housing in our neighborhood. It's already in our backyards, it's in our front yards, it's all around us. Services in IBER include the Action Center, Mean Street Ministries, and now recently Recovery Works. Lakewood United Methodist and St. Paul's Episcopal churches are leaders in providing support to the unhoused community. Neighborhood Association collaborated with Metro West Housing to provide affordable and veterans housing units at Indy Flats. The Timberleaf Apartments accepts a large number of Section 8 vouchers. It's a 200-unit apartment complex. Zephyrline Apartments are affordable at 50% of AMI. The Neighborhood Association endorsed the preservation of historic St. John's Hospice, which is now made into 49 affordable senior apartments at IBER Village. And we have 100 more units of senior housing at West Haven Apartments on Nelson. So these are just a few examples of IBER contributing to affordability and housing security in Lakewood as it stands today. This plan acknowledges that pre-1980 housing options are inherently more affordable, and we are an old neighborhood, so we already have inherently affordable and attainable housing. We have been enduring high-density development in North Lakewood already for well over 10 years now under the current comprehensive plan. And in fact, over half of the city's housing development has happened in just 3 North Lakewood neighborhoods, according to the housing study, IBER being one of them. North Lakewood has done its part, and now it's time for the rest of the city to try to share some of this burden as well. IBER has a wide diversity of housing options. The material, I was going to give you a handout, but I did not. We have a strong stock of entry-level homes, which would be placed at risk by unscrupulous development. The average single-family home value in the IBER neighborhood is well below the city's average. Colorado Department of Housing defines the affordability threshold for home ownership to be 140% of AMI. That's the CDOH definition. IBER's average is around 100%. We have apartment options ranging from subsidized to affordable to luxury. We have senior and veterans housing. We have the services that I previously mentioned. So we have been working with the city and developers for 20 years or more to plan and manage our growth, and we believe we've been largely successful in those efforts. Let's continue on our current path, maintaining a modest, sustainable growth rate with development that is sensitive to the community around it. We expect our stable neighborhoods to be protected as they are today. Policy to subsidize qualified property owners, especially multifamily, in maintaining or improving their properties would go a long way to help preserve and retain the more attainable housing stock that already exists and keep our residents stably housed. I'll cut through here a little bit. We consider the blight by neglect to pose a high risk to our community. Two recent examples of this would be the Blue Sky Motel and the Presbyterian Church on 10th Avenue in Brentwood, which became a Crips crib shortly after it was vacated. Fires and vacant properties around the neighborhood are common, making this a community health and safety concern. We need real policy with real teeth to discourage neglect, whether it's due to economic hardship or intent. Neglect sets the dominoes in motion, creating the blight where scrape and replace becomes the only mitigation. Let's address this problem of this decay at its source, and this is something that we might want to consider adding to a plan such as this. I could go on about growth and how high-density development in the midst of low-density land causes friction, not unlike how two weather systems collide to produce tornadoes. I could talk about our daily experience around light rail with homeless camps, shopping carts, drugs, crime, navigating station platforms around fentanyl vapor, or being awakened in the middle of the night by distraught wailing and mental outbursts. Our community constantly deals with picking up the trash left behind by vagrants, including needles, tinfoil saturated with fentanyl, and human feces. Those of us who live near light rail witness daily the homeless crisis in its worst expression of those who aren't simply unhoused, but have lost all hope and are unreachable, who don't even want the help we are trying to provide through this policy. We're not tone deaf to the problem. We want to be part of the solution. But with all that said, I'll stop by underscoring that everything I've presented here tonight and more on Lakewood Speaks would have been brought up during stakeholder interviews had we been given the opportunity. And I hope that you would agree that all of this is relevant to good housing policy. It also underscores that each neighborhood has its own challenges and its own potential solutions. So good housing policy must be implemented at the neighborhood level. We call on council here to reinstitute the neighborhood planning programs of the past, where neighborhood organizations and the communities they work to support are fully engaged as stakeholders in the process. So again, I'd like to express support for the plan as far as the affordability aspects are concerned, but we reserve any support regarding market rate stimulation due to its potential pitfalls. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ditson. Diane Duffy. And yes, she is. And Ms. Duffy is here with the Daniels Wilchester Association.
Neighborhood Association, yes. So 10 minutes, please. Oh, thank you. As Mary mentioned, the 5 neighborhood groups, associations in the northern part of Lakewood, we got together and met on our own and had our own meetings and went through the document. The northern part of Lakewood has experienced the most growth in the past few years, so we are no stranger to this. We were very surprised that no one was involved with this committee. We live this, as do some of you. We're no stranger to the low supply of affordable housing. Most of you are new, but we have worked with developers and tried to reverse, the trend towards the market rate apartments that seem to be populating our community and making the problem worse. My neighborhood, we worked with the Notable building. That is an all-affordable building. We were here at City Council and helped get that approved literally days before the growth amendment took over on July 1st. And we got it in just under the wire. And it's a beautiful building and it's all affordable. And my granddaughter lives there and she loves it. My neighborhood loves it. So we have worked with them. And there's many, many good ideas in this document that our neighborhoods went through. And we love the fact that you put this together, put this committee together. It just surprised us that we weren't involved in it. We don't know that it goes far enough for the affordability. It doesn't seem to limit the problem that we have with the market rate apartments that are causing some of the problem with the affordability for our residents. And that's why I'm here. I want to put it on record that this document, it limited the input from the citizens that could have helped make it a better document and could have help our communities as a whole more. It should be used for ideas, and I caution you that it shouldn't be just given to staff as a directive. Here's what we want to do. I want to hear you say that these are ideas and that they can move forward, but government moves slowly for a reason. And I caution you, let's not be reckless with decisions that you make here and cause problems that would have to be rectified later. So thank you for listening, and we all hope this works. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. What? I'm sorry.
People about the sound and the age range. I want to make sure, because again, I want everybody to come up and watch the text. I'm trying to make sure you're being respectful of us, like we're being respectful of you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nope, I'm sorry. We're on to Amber Varwick. Is she still in here? Oh, I skipped Jill.
Hi, I'm Amber Varwick from Ward 2. So the situation is, I've got little kids in school, so I know a lot of doctors and nurses, and I know a lot of teachers. One of the best preschool teachers I have ever had the opportunity to meet, her name was Whitney, and she used to live in Lakewood. She got a chance to move out of state, buy an acreage, and she loved the kiddos. She loved working here. There was so much about this that she loved. She couldn't afford it, so she's gone now. Mole Home closed, which was a shame in and of itself, but you know, there aren't enough kids to support schools, on and on. But you'd think, well, those teachers, they probably stayed in Lakewood, right? Like they probably stayed here because they didn't do that. Miss Romero left. She's doing Skyridge now. Everybody I talked to left Lakewood, and their reason every single time was they can't afford to live here. So it's not just homeless people or migrants or whatever the buzzwords of the day are. You know, it's not about that. It's honestly, truly about maybe we don't all live in single family homes. Maybe not all of us even have a shot in the dark of ever having that. So can we just have a place that we can afford to live in and afford groceries, pay the electric every single month? I'd like to have hot water and lights. That'd be awesome. You can cook with just hot water, but guys, it's not as nutritious as you might think. Ramen noodles, a bunch. And so, you know, what if we looked at it like maybe we deserve to have nice things? What if we looked at it like people deserve not to, it's not do they deserve not to die on the street? We deserve to live in a city where nobody's dying on the street, y'all. We deserve to live in a city where people eat and have education and health care and the things that set us apart as America. I see so many people wearing the colors today, and that makes me so patriotic and proud that we're all here trying to do what's best for Lakewood. But are we trying to do what's best for an ideology that we serve, or are we trying to do what's best for the people of Lakewood? Because those are two very different things. And if we're not making sure people have somewhere to live, then we're not doing our due diligence as citizens. And so I think I would like mostly just to thank you for looking at this. Thank you for taking the time to look at all of it. Thank you for having the courage, the bold, radical courage of saying people should be able to afford where they live. If you need to talk to other people, perhaps you need to talk to other people. My group, who works with people who are underserved, would love to talk to you. But I understand that my time is limited. So again, I would like to thank each and every single one of you for looking at this issue and being so calm in the face of such rhetoric. And thank you for coming in today and doing your jobs in the face of what has become a highly divisive issue, which shouldn't be. Feed your poor, you know, help the sick. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Barwick. Jill McGranahan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jill McGranahan. I am here on behalf of Metro West Housing Solutions, the Lakewood Housing Authority and affordable housing developer. This housing plan comes after more than a year of workshops, studies, citizen input at many housing workshops, and council study sessions. Metro West Housing Solutions has developed 11 properties over the last 20 years. We're a very prolific developer. Those 20 properties over the last 20 years amounts to 56 apartments per year. We have 10,000 people on our wait list. So even as a prolific developer, we are not hitting the need. We have affordable housing is a crisis affecting every community across the United States. And Lakewood is taking a thoughtful, measured approach to creating a roadmap for future housing options in Lakewood. And we are very much in favor of its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Granahan. And that is our last speaker on that topic. So I will go ahead and ask the Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, we have hands online. Francisco Flores. I'm still an attendee on my own computer.
We'll promote you.
Francisco Flores, I see. And this, just a refresher, this topic is regarding the housing study. Thank you.
And I just want to say that's what our problem is today, is that we haven't been taking care of the people that we have here already. I mean, there's the old saying that we have to clean up our own house before we can, help anybody else. And when you have this influx of people coming in without any vaccine or anything, you are just flooding our cities to the extent of destruction. And I just want to remind everybody, back in 1965, there was a devastating flood that came and destroyed many of our cities in Colorado and Nebraska. And the only way we could stop that from happening again is that we built a dam to stop the flow of that water coming into a trickle into the South Platte. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Next, we have Judy Stroyer. And as a refresher, you can press *9 to request to speak and *6 to unmute when you're prompted. Ms. Stroyer, you have 3 minutes. If you could please start with your name and address, or name and ward, please.
And this is Ward 3. I'd like to speak about the problems we're having with Jewish ADL restricting our free speech in our country. The problem is that we can't complain about the Jew bank ownership screwing up all of our housing. We can't say anything about the Jew interest rates or the Jew politics that got us all less and less comfortable every day. Every time we criticize these rotten 2% that run everything in our country, we get shut down and our free speech doesn't matter. Well, so far so good with this free speech comment. Did you know that Benjamin Franklin talked about the Jew and about why our country should not let them in? And if they were to allow them in, how in 200 years the grandchildren would be working in the fields to give the money to the money changers, rubbing their hands gleefully in the counting houses. He warned our country's founding fathers not to let these globalist, Talmudic, antichrists into our country, and that's what we've done. Not only let them in, but we let them take over everything. The word keikel is Yiddish for circle. The Jews hate our country and the Christian founding so much. When they came to Ellis Island, avoiding...
I'm sorry, you guys, this is free speech.
Okay, are you going to allow me to finish? When the Jews came to Ellis Island in World War II, they received circles on their hands instead of crosses like everybody else because there was an uprising. They could not stand the crucifix on their hand. The word keikel is Yiddish for circle. so that you know the etymology of that racist word that you cannot say. But we have a 2% minority that runs everything of importance in our country, and we wonder why we're going down the tubes. You read the Talmud and you read what it says about the non-Jew, which they call the goyim, and you'll find out exactly what's happening to us and who's doing it to us on purpose. Please look into goyimtv.com. Also, look into why the ADL is coaching local councils on how to restrict free speech, and look at how much free speech matters to these elected officials, that they'll walk out of the room before they will allow a free speech to continue. This is how much free idea and free thought means to this city, that we walk out of the room. I wonder if you'll question the details of the Holocaust and when the chimneys were built compared to when the pictures were taken, and the false narrative that was given, that was force-fed to everyone in the world since about this never-ending pity party for the Jews. Did anyone ever hear about the Holodomor, when 30 million Christians were ethnically cleansed in the Ukraine by the Jewish Bolsheviks? That's important to understand. I'm going to pass the mic to somebody else now that your council has been so rude to walk out of the room. I wonder who you work for. Is it the ADL, or is it the 95% white Europeans who fought in World War II? Is it those people you work for?
Okay. So during our time to speak, it is a First Amendment right to speak. We are not required to listen, and that is why you saw our counselors leave the room. Again, we're neighbors. Please, let's act that way. And I know none of you in the audience just said the things that they were said, but this is not something that we condone here in the city of Lakewood. Our next speaker is Gabe Stutman. And I'd like to make a reminder to our council that anyone can motion to recess if they decide that this is something that we need to do. Mr. Stutman?
Hello, council. Hi, I'm here. Yes, if you forgive me, I'm actually Jewish, and I just need to gather my thoughts after that talk. I had something prepared, but I'm a little distraught listening to all that.
Mr. Stutman, would you like us to come back to you? We can give you a few minutes.
It's okay, actually. Being a Jewish man, I think I just need to speak up after that. There's actually a well-made documentary covering the beautiful history of the Jewish people here in the U.S. I'd like everyone to take their time, maybe sit down with your friends and family to watch it. That's called Europa: The Last Battle, and that is available online at europathelastbattle.net. You can also find some related materials regarding anti-Semitism at GTV Flyers. It's flyers with the Y.com, gtvflyers.com. Like I said, I had another issue to talk about, but I'm just so distraught. I'm just going to call back another night. Thank you, Council, for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, and as a reminder, we are speaking on the topic of the housing study.
Mayor Strom, let me remind you that the public comment is limited to discussion of strategic housing plan. If someone is speaking off topic, it's appropriate to remind them that they're off topic and invite them to call back or speak during general public comment, and then go on to the next speaker.
Thank you. All right, we have Zyke Lodby next. *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you guys
Name
hear me?
and ward or name and address, please. Hi, good evening.
My name is Zyke Lodby, and I'm in Ward 2.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just, before I talk about the housing, I just wanted to say, you know, it's crazy how you guys just disrespect a man's free speech like that and get up and walk away because it's speech that you don't like. But honestly, if you go to our local synagogues, you can
Mr.
find...
Lomby, please, I ask you to keep this on topic. We're talking about the housing plan.
Yeah, I just had a quick thing to point out, In the synagogues, Jews are sucking babies' penises at 8 days old after they circumcise it. It's called Mitzvah Pah.
You're done. Mr. Rob.
Mayor Strom, Connie also signed up to speak about the strategic housing plan.
Ms. Reddick, why don't you come on up? I do need to ask someone to remove the sign. However, the people behind you will not be able to see.
Hey, Connie, can we get that? You're blocking and the cameras. Okay, if I think.
Thank you, Mr. Rob.
First, I'd like to spread some love that since it's going to be Valentine's and maybe everybody would open their hearts up into having some heart and listening to the people that are having the problems. I have come in here week after week talking about the issue of the housing crisis. And I would like the NAO to come and do an investigation because these people are asking why we don't have low-income housing. Because Metro West Solution, which is under the mayor, which Adam Paul wanted to be over it, they are not having people in housing that is for low income. They have their relatives living there, having businesses. Mayor Adam Paul actually had our residents campaign for him, and because I brought up the issue that this isn't supposed to be going on because we don't have anybody else there that is campaigning there. But the fact remains is that Metro West Housing got all this federal money and they are not abiding by the federal laws, not local, not state, not federal. And I've come here week after week asking you to investigate what's going on at Metro West, and to also, I have come in here because I'm living in unsafety housing. I have a problem with electrical. We have problems with them. We have leaks coming into the building, which is probably causing cancer because they're spraying the holes with foam. And the thing is that because I have brought up these issues, my First Amendment, Title VII, disabled, racist, you name it, and hate crimes have, and I get very upset of this because of my disability, but they have not treated me right. They have taken all my rights, federal, state, and local laws away from me because I have spoken up and these hate crimes need to stop. All these laws that I told you to investigate, what is it, our Attorney General or our representative that is under you makes $300,000 a year and she can't look or teach. I've asked several of you about knowing about the constitutional laws and you didn't know them or you didn't know it's Title VII. So I'm asking that you learn the laws and that I and not only I, because there are other people in my building that are having, and that's not only my building, a lady that was black was killed and put in a hole, and these are people that have lived in Metro West housing. This needs to have an investigation as to what's going on. I'd like the NAO come in and investigate what's going on because this needs to stop. And I'm spreading love. because all my friends all over the world are seeing
Thank
what's
you, Ms.
going
Reddick.
on
Your
here.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will go back online. Mr. Rob, will you be ready? Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we have Bill Shanner. Mr. Shanner, please *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Name and ward, please. And the topic is the housing plan.
Yes, hello. My name is Bill Shaner. I'm from Ward 3. And yes, I'm talking about the housing plan. Just a small note, I want to condemn some of the other callers that were obviously out there speaking for their own interests. However, I think the housing plan for Lakewood is missing one key component. I think that we should be focusing on lower density housing for everyone around the area, simply because lower density housing allows for more green spaces and more nature to be available to the public and the residents in our neighborhood. If we look at some small statistics from the animal kingdom, and don't worry, I'm going to relate it right back, you get something like bears that need something approximately like 24 square miles of habitat for them to be, happy and living their own lives. Wolves are closer to 200 square miles of territory for them to be able to operate at their peak efficiency. And our closest relative in the animal kingdom, the chimpanzee, needs something close to approximately 2,000 square miles of territory for them to be, live well, to be successful. And if a chimpanzee, like I said, a close relative of ours in the animal kingdom needs that much space, what are we doing cramming all of us humans together like sardines into these koi pods, into these apartments, and just putting everyone packed together so tight and not giving everyone the space they need to breathe? I mean, you can see it happening in these major cities where you have these small rebellions forming and going out. You get these tunnels dug under the synagogue so the Jews can go and do their ritualistic
Okay,
child
Mr.
sacrifice.
Rob.
And the rest of us are trying to.
All right. Scott Mason, name and ward, please. *6 to unmute.
Hi, yeah. I live in sorry, I'm just kind of, wow. I live in Ward 4 on Mexico Place. Do I have to give my address? This is my first time speaking.
No, ward is fine, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. So yeah, I'm generally a supporter of lower density housing. I do understand where a lot of people come from when they talk about high density. I do get it that apartment buildings, are more efficient, they're more clean and stuff. But I think that the highest density housing that we could get would be to put all the Jews in camps.
I would like to move for a recess.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. All right, I call back to order the Lakewood City Council meeting on February 12th. This time at 8:36 p.m. So we have a slight pivot in the way we will be doing public comment this evening for our commenters that are calling in on agenda items online. As I mentioned earlier this evening, Lakewood Speaks has been opened back up this evening, so we will ask that you just submit all of your comments online if you are calling in this evening to make comments. With that being said, please. I know that was supportive, and I really, really appreciate that, but we've got a long night ahead of us, and we need to keep moving. With that being said, we do have one more in-person speaker this evening. We have Crystal Goddard. And again, this time we are actually on the housing plan. Come on, Ms. Goddard, yes. Yeah.
So I didn't come here planning to speak tonight, but just on the affordable housing and how unaffordable it is, I wanted to speak from someone who works in with unhoused individuals and on helping people find housing, and then someone who has been unhoused, but also living in affordable housing. My rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,400 a month. I make $23 an hour. One paycheck for 2 weeks is $1,450. That is 50% of my income for affordable housing. And I don't think people get the reality of how unaffordable even affordable housing is right now. And I just, from my lived experience, my job and experience, I just really wanted to speak that into the room so that people understand that. Looking around, I don't see a lot of people around my age, in my age group. It's a lot of people who are in an older age group than myself. And I know a lot of people my age don't expect to ever be able to own a home because the cost of housing is so high. And so it's just, I feel really passionate on this issue because it's just, when I think about the future, I feel so overwhelmed and frustrated because I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to afford housing. And so anything that we can do to work together to find a way so that people can afford to live and buy food and have health care is what we need to do as a city, as a community. And so I just wanted to speak on that. So.
Thank you, Ms. Goddard. All right, with that, I will go ahead and ask for a motion.
Mayor Strom, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2024-8.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero, I have you first.
Thank you so much, Mayor Strom, for that and for a very lively discussion this evening. I do want to just bring back and recognize the coordinated effort from the neighborhood associations and to talk specifically the housing plan. Some of the outreach happened as there was a transfer of folks on the housing committee. And so as the previous chair, or for the 2023 chair of the housing committee, I want to recognize my own culpability in not knowing exactly where we're at on that process before that committee started. And so to also say that I have definitely heard outside of this room a lot from neighborhood associations about the importance of engagement, and that there is essentially a willingness that we should pass this plan because it has good data, it has helpful objectives, it has some clear direction, but it is, of course, not a change to city new ordinances. It is a resolution. It is something that we can work with as a full council and as committee and with community to really think about what are the most important directives to create affordable housing in Lakewood, what are the most possible things to be doing in that, and then also what are the things that need to be built into the to our comprehensive plan. And so those are all components that I know I've gotten to discuss with a lot of community members, individuals, and neighborhood associations in Ward 2. And just wanted to be very clear that I really do hear you all on the need for the neighborhood associations and the community at large to be directly engaged and have stakeholder positions that are official and clear for the comprehensive plan, and will certainly do my best to help to support that in the process. And I hope that you all continue to stay engaged with us, and that, of course, also on then any of the individual policies that come out of the strategic housing plan, we will also solicit your feedback and your input on how to get those right and how to prioritize affordable housing and keeping folks in their homes.
Councillor Over.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could have the Director of Planning giving us a little background on what this resolution does, or a little, not a long elevator speech, let's say an Empire State Building elevator speech, maybe even up and down. Because there's an awful lot of people here that really don't know what we're talking about. And so I'd like to inform them in. Maybe this should have happened at the beginning, but
sure,
if you don't mind.
Happy to do so, sir. So this agenda item tonight is to discuss a strategic housing plan that was performed last year, created last year in the city of Lakewood, a plan that was designed to evaluate housing needs and conditions, recommend strategies and action items appropriate for Lakewood, and provide guidance on policy to encourage affordable housing options. There were a lot of input, both from housing experts and some community outreach as well. And the ultimate result were a series of 4 strategies, including investing in affordable housing. Each strategy then has some action items under it. So for investing in affordable housing, action items included expand internal staff capacity, establish a housing fund, develop voluntary inclusionary housing program. A second strategy includes expanding overall affordable housing supply with such action items as reducing barriers to building affordable housing, expanding housing options, and redeveloping vacant or underutilized land. Strategy 3 is expand housing choices and services for residents, including expanding senior housing options, creating affordable home ownership opportunities, and broadening supportive housing for the unhoused. And finally, strategy 4 is keep residents stably housed. And possible action items from that include maximizing rent voucher utilization, support eviction prevention measures, strengthen mobile home parks, and improve access to housing resources. So your action item tonight is whether or not to approve this plan, which has been mentioned, doesn't actually change any city regulations by doing that, but gives you and future councils a roadmap for maybe some ways forward to improve affordable housing availability in the city of Lakewood. And one more thing I do want to add is I'm joined by our consultant, Andrew Ratchford from Gruen & Gruen, and our staff planner who has led a lot of the work on this, Shannon Terrell.
Thank you. Can I continue? Sure. Okay. A couple of people have mentioned a few things I'm pretty worried about. They're not really questions. I'm going to start with this. I visited the D-Day beaches this past September in Normandy, and one of the things I came away with, I just remember it all the time now, it was a quote by Dwight D. Eisenhower, and he said, "Plans are worthless, but planning is everything." And he's talking about battle plans, of course, but you think about it, it translates to everything, including like relationships and all that stuff. So, I look at the plans we're coming out with here as fairly worthless, but the process of doing this is everything. And I don't love the idea that some people were excluded. Some of the neighborhood groups, it sounds like they had some great ideas there. I've gotten emails about how this doesn't actually make any affordable units anywhere. It's just, we're not really stopping corporate land speculation. Like for instance, in Ward 4, on Exposition, they're building 29 small houses on a little strip of land, and they're all going to be rentals. And we're not addressing that, are we? And everybody here, I believe, believes that that's a bad idea, that those kind of things should be they should be available for purchase. We seem to be building an awful lot of rentals and not a lot of condos. And we talked about that personally, of course. But it's I'd like to keep talking, quite simply, about this plan. I don't really want to vote on it tonight. One of the reasons for that is that we have half of council here has only been around for 3 months. And a lot of these things happened last year that we're talking about. And we have one counselor that's been here a couple hours. And I know she's been spending a lot of time trying to get up on this subject. But I'd love to know if anybody else here would love to push this off for a couple of weeks or a month, so we can talk about it a little more.
Councillor Sinks.
Thank you. So again, I was just chatting, government moves slowly. And I was going to read all of the strategies, just the major four, but you did that. But again, so basically we want to address affordable housing and we want to help residents stay stably housed, etc. And again, I've heard the word a couple of times, it's a roadmap. And so I think we can start down the road, and we certainly have done the study, and we can certainly continue ratcheting it up and getting more and more input, but we can also do that if we vote on it today, in my opinion. And so I'm also on the Housing Committee. However, we haven't even met, but I've heard the input, and I certainly will apply what I've heard to how we move this forward. So I would like to start down the road. You know, as you're going on a trip, you got the map. And so we're starting a trip. Let's use the map and move on. So that's mine. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharizai.
Yes, thank you. I think I really appreciated the neighborhood association leaders coming. They did take some time with Councillor Sinks and I after our last ward meeting, and we've talked on a number of other occasions, and I think that there's ample opportunity for us to incorporate and address some of those concerns. But what I really think the action is for us at this point is to adopt this framework, because that's really all it is. Nobody is agreeing tonight to all of these strategies. We're fundamentally agreeing that we hear from our community that there's a need for affordable housing. And whether we are advancing only initiatives and strategies that are solely focused on that, I think that that's a question that we can continue to have in discussions in the housing policy. And with our upcoming retreat, perhaps we can have a conversation on how we incorporate community members to be better informed in this process. But ultimately, I think, to the point that's been made a number of times, government does move slow. And we've been sitting on this plan for a few months now. I have no doubt that our new counselors took every consideration in getting informed in front of tonight's vote. And so I think it's unfair for us to postpone it again for that reason. That was the reason why we postponed it in October to have a vote on it, because we had a new election. Now we have an election, and now we're saying postpone it again. And the time is to act. And so I just hope that my co-counselors will join me in action tonight.
Councilor LeBure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I've been around long enough to remember in 2017 when we went through a similar exercise and we developed a similar plan, and the council at that time said no to the plan, let's put it off and let's have more discussion about it. That was 7 years ago. So I think it's perfectly fine to put this framework in place. It's not new. It might be new to some of us, but a lot of these ideas have been around for a very long time. I mean, I'm sure the previous council before me, before 2017, probably had some similar discussions as well. Anyway, my point is I think it's great to put in this framework. There's a lot of things I agree with in here. There's a lot of things I don't agree with in here. But I know at the end of the day, it matters on the ordinance. It matters in the details. The devil's in the details. And so I think this is a great framework to get the discussion started. And looking forward to talking more about it in committee. Thanks.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions for staff, if I may. So if we were to adopt this as a framework for further discussion, what's the next steps in terms of us letting you know what our priorities are, or where you guys should even begin?
So you already, as a body, already addressed that a little bit at your study session. You directed us to come forward with this plan for adoption and then follow that immediately by scheduling a workshop for you to discuss the proposals in this plan and where you want to go first.
Okay. So ultimately, the city will look to the city council for what the priorities are and what the big efforts on the next steps are.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
And I've mentioned Lakewood Speaks several times this evening. This is also, Lakewood Speaks is a tool that also allows you all to see the documents that are associated with each of the items that we have on our agenda. Well, night was going to say tonight, but tonight and every night this year, or this evening, it actually does include a copy of the resolution, which outlines the workshop as being the next step. So you can see that we're not putting any ordinance into place this evening. That would come with a very public process like you're used to seeing. So feel free, if you want to pull it up on your phones, you can certainly do that now or later, in case you're home too early and looking for something to do before you go to bed. With that, Councillor Lowe, you're up.
Just briefly, we discussed this at some length in the study session in December, which thank you again, Mr. Parker and staff for convening that. It was very informative. All of us had a chance to review the plan in great detail. I think it's a great plan. I should say all of us who were on council in December. Apologies, Councillor Nystrom. And I think there's just a lot of very good stuff in here. I mean, Mr. Parker, you mentioned a number of things, but eviction defense programs, a number of steps to promote EDUs, establishing an affordable housing fund with some ideas on revenue sources for it, reducing barriers to building more affordable housing, investing in eviction prevention, a lot of talk about supportive housing for the unhoused, down payment assistance programs. So there's just a lot of solid, good things in this plan. We heard over and over from my constituents when I was running for this office about the affordable housing crisis, about the lack of affordable housing in Lakewood. We heard quite a bit about it tonight. I think there's a lot of good stuff in this plan, so I will certainly be voting yes. I think this is a good step forward, and I think it will help inform our path forward. Just one quick, and we discussed this at the study session. I guess I just want to say one more time again for the record, and to the discussion we're having. It's a great plan, and there could be other stuff, right? Not every single thing that we could possibly do on affordable housing is in this plan. So this is a good framework, but it's not meant to sort of close off all discussion. There could be room for additional ideas. There might even be some folks on council, speaking for myself, I know that's true for me, who have additional ideas that we'd like to add to the mix in terms of how we address affordable housing. To that point, Mr. Parker, just given that we did hear from some of the neighborhood associations, would you be willing to sort of commit as just part of the broader conversation and process around the comp plan, that there will be opportunities for planning to sit down with some of the neighborhood associations and make sure their voice is heard in that process?
Oh, absolutely. I think those meetings are already being scheduled.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Olver?
Okay, that failed. But I have a motion. I move that we change the name from strategic housing plan to strategic housing framework.
Point of order. It is a name that is in the DOLA grant.
It's in the what?
It's the DOLA grant that funded the plan that we got has a specific name, is my understanding. So I'm not sure we need to get clarity from council on whether or not we could change the part of the resolution, but that is why it's still called that, is because it's the name of the specific project in the grant.
Can we ask the city attorney?
Councilor, since this is the first time I've heard this, I have not reviewed the grant to determine if we can change the language of the grant in our adopting document.
So we already have a motion on the floor.
And I also heard 4 people mention framework, and Eisenhower never said anything about frameworks.
Councillor Lowe, were you the second? Do we want to undo the current motion on the floor? Okay. Counselor Nystrom has a question.
I guess my question is, if we don't really know how this impacts the grant, can we move forward with the motion or not?
You can move forward with the motion, understanding we don't know what that will do to the grant. So whether that's a good decision or bad decision, of course, is your decision to make. But I was not advised that this was a possibility, so I've not gone back through and read the grant for this particular language.
Counselor Lowe.
Counselor Olver, and I say this with a great deal of respect, I enjoyed our conversations. I look forward to further conversations. But I have heard from many constituents in Ward 3 about the importance of moving forward with affordable housing. And with great respect, I do not think they care whether they call this a plan or a framework. I think that we should move this plan forward. There's a lot of important substantive things in here. There's a full agenda tonight. I don't think the question of whether we call this a strategic housing plan or framework is worth holding up, this item that's been on the agenda. I would very much be in favor of moving forward with voting for this resolution and moving forward.
So the motion on the floor.
Mayor, I believe that there was a motion to amend. Was the motion to amend seconded? If it was not seconded, it dies for lack of a second, and you can go back to the main motion.
Okay, so then the motion on the floor is passing or not the strategic housing plan. So a yes vote would be passing the strategic housing plan. The no vote would be no. And go ahead and count your votes.
Point of order. I actually have a request to speak up yet before we vote. I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
Okay. Yes, I'll be probably the only no vote on this. The reason being, I think there's a poison pill in here. One of our residents pointed it out in emails, and it has to do with the Jeffco Schools municipal option, where it's talking about municipal and institutional property owners such as school districts have underutilized or surplus properties that the city should work collaboratively to appropriate for future housing uses. That's why half of you are here tonight.
Okay, please.
That's why I've been getting so many emails about Lakewood is going to house illegal immigrants in Lakewood schools. We're not talking about that at all, but it's in here as a possibility, and I think that's a poison pill for this, and that's why I'm going to vote against it. But to set your mind at ease, I've been asking the Director of Planning and everybody else here, what are we doing, especially about Ward 4, especially about Green Mountain Elementary School and Glennon Heights Elementary Schools. And I know everybody there is very worried about what's going to happen. And what's in this resolution is where it comes from. And there's nothing going on right now at all. The schools, Jeffco Schools, can I keep talking? I'm off subject a little bit, but it's a lot of information.
A lot of us would actually like to vote.
Yeah, I know. Well, but they would love to.
And that's
yeah.
fine, but point of clarification, it is very clear in the resolution that we're not housing anyone in schools. We
Right,
would have
that's
to
where I was going
rezone.
with. Yes,
That's a very
right.
public process.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to talk about. We are not talking about doing that at all right now. The zoning prohibits it. We would have to rezone and public hearings and votes, and you'd all show up. And so there's nothing going on about that right now, about housing homeless in public schools that Lakewood buys. There's nothing there. But I'm still voting against this because there's something in this plan that kind of points toward it.
All right. And with that, we have no other hands up to speak. Go ahead and please cast your vote. Yours. Counselor Over, your vote is not showing. Can you try it again? Thank you. That's not. Shall we clear it out and start over?
That may be the only option if
Okay.
you want to display the votes.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And if you can please go ahead and vote one more time. Oh.
There we go.
There we go. And it passes with 10 yeas and 1 nay, nay being Counselor Over. All right, moving on to item 12. Will the clerk please read item 12 into the record?
Public hearing on item 12, ordinance O-2024-3, appointing Kristen N. Brown as the Liquor License Authority Hearing Officer for the City of Lakewood.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Oh, Mayor, we just need to make sure we open the public hearing and that there are no public comments.
I thought we did that after the.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Mayor Strom, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-3.
Second.
On second and final reading.
Second. All right, and with that, we'll open up the public hearing. Do we have anyone that wishes to speak on this item? And I will note that there were 0 comments on Lakewood Speaks. Okay, Mr. Mace would like to speak on this item. Thank you.
Okay, we appoint this guy, okay? And how do we know that he's not going to serve minors? How does council or the public know that we're not gonna hold bars and everybody accountable for serving minors? Somebody answer that question, because of the simple fact, I'm very concerned that if you guys appoint this person to handle liquor license, how do we know nobody's going to serve minors and check IDs? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mace. Any other in-house comments on this topic? And just as a reminder, online, for anyone that would like to comment on this online, Lakewood Speaks is where you'll go for that this evening. Okay, and with that, we will go ahead. We've got a motion on the floor. Any council comments or discussion? Ms. Reddick, we need you to come up.
what I'd like to see, that they have a board other than yourself, so that we make sure that all laws are implemented, federal, state, and local laws. Because without a board, who's watching what's going on with the people that are building this housing? And it needs to be built safe. Because my doctor wrote like 15 letters, and I lived in an unsafe building. So that's what I would like to see, that you have a board that coincides with what you're doing since you're over this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All right, we'll close the public hearing, and now is the time for the vote. All right, and that passes 11 yeas. Will the clerk please read item 13 into the record?
Public hearing on item 13, ordinance O-2024-4, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2024 annual budget in the amount of $9,329,623 and $144,000 from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, and authorizing the expenditure of these funds to purchase, renovate, and operate a navigation center to serve the unhoused.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will note that there were 22 comments on this on Lakewood Speaks, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai, if you can give us a motion.
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-4 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, thank you, and we'll start with a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Travis Parker, Planning Director, excited to be here. What you're being asked to tonight is approve expenditures greater than $75,000 that are not currently in the 2024 budget. So as you've read in the staff report and seen on Lakewood Speaks, DOLA has created a grant that was available to local governments for the creation of navigation centers to serve the needs of our unhoused population. In October of 2023, the partnership of Lakewood and Recovery Works was awarded $9.3 million by DOLA for the purchase of a property at 8000 West Colfax. This money can be used for acquisition of the building, renovation of the building, and operational costs of the navigational center. The grant does require matching funds of $144,000. Those matching funds are set to be paid by a combination of Recovery Works and Community Development Block Grant dollars. This grant could not have come at a better time for the needs of the community. We saw in Lakewood in between 2022 and 2023 a 73% rise in homelessness in our community. And one of the biggest challenges that we have are no low barrier emergency shelters for harsh conditions and emergency weather conditions in the city of Lakewood. Since 2016, Lakewood has been working with Jeffco communities on a regional collaboration to address the needs of the unhoused and to lessen the impacts of homelessness on our communities. We're currently working with this regional collaboration on securing funding paid by all of the communities in Jeffco to pay ongoing operational costs. So it is not anticipated that Lakewood would be responsible solely for meeting the ongoing operational costs of this facility if it's created. So again, lost my last slide, but the ask tonight is that City Council approve the expenditure of this grant money. So any expenditure of over $75,000 has to be approved by City Council. We're here tonight to ask for that approval and that it be added to the 2024 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And what we will do is go ahead and open the public hearing to start to get comments from public, and then we'll move on to council questions and discussions so that we can be informed on what questions come up in the public as we move forward. So with that being said, I've got first up Jesse Frazier, then we have Linda Pangle, and then Laura Lee Martins. And a reminder, as you approach the podium, the lectern, please state your name and address, or name and ward.
Good. All right. Hey, City Council, thanks for hearing us and hearing the public's opinion on the matter. First, I want to give a background on myself. I did 10.5 years in the Louisiana Army National Guard. I served my country overseas. I brought my troops over there and brought them all back home. And one of the things I want to talk about is the Louisiana National Guard has one of the hardest leadership programs ever, at least in the state of Louisiana. We had a 25-man class starting, and we graduated with only 6. Some of the things that we learned in that class were that you need to put your self-ambitions and your self-agendas aside to make, basically to pull up the rest of the people underneath you or around you. And so one of the largest questions that I have surrounding this item is, what is this doing to serve the people of Lakewood? What is this item, you know, in all of its grandiose and what everybody thinks is a great thing, what is this doing to serve the people of the city of Lakewood? How is this going to affect the people of the city of Lakewood? That's what everyone here wants answered, and it doesn't seem to me like we're getting a lot of answers. And I understand that a lot of you have the butterflies on your lapels, and I get that. I saw the flyer. I was at the town hall meeting last week, and the news, of course, called it a racist meeting. I was there. There wasn't a single racist word said there. There was an immigrant who came over here legally and spoke his opinions on the matters. And he, quote unquote, said it was a slap in the face for people coming over here legally when he had to go through the whole process of becoming legal and is now a legal citizen in America. These are the issues and concerns that the people of the city of Lakewood have. And I want you guys to really hear them and hear us, because it's not something that a bunch of right-wing crazy people are saying, screaming racist, hey, this is that. There are people who can barely afford to live here in the city of Lakewood. The cost of steak is at almost $16 a pound. It is expensive in the grocery stores and expensive to buy a house, and taxes are going up on properties. You need to take that in consideration whenever you're passing these laws. Providing more funding for people who aren't, I understand that it's open to all homeless, but let's be real about the situation. There is an influx of illegal immigrants, migrants, and this building will be used to house them as well. We need to take note of that. People here understand that. That's the way they feel. You've got to listen to the people that you serve. They're here saying their concerns, and I really don't want it to fall on deaf ears. I trust you guys to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Linda Pangle, Laura Lee Martins, and then Dawn Austin. And to speed this up a little bit, if you guys would like to, kind of stand in line as you know that your name has been called, feel free to do that.
Hello. Thank you for accommodating all of us and getting us through this. My name is Linda Pangle. I'm in Ward 4. I am a retired special education teacher, 35 years total, most of my time in Denver Public Schools. I've attended a lot of these meetings. I just talked to Connie Reddick, and I think that one simple call from one of you to her might pacify her. I'm speaking on behalf of people with disabilities and don't understand why she comes here all the time, and no one can call her personally. So there's things I don't know. I don't know why that hasn't been done. In the years past, I have been a volunteer for the City of Lakewood Special Olympics track and field because I have a brother with special needs. What was once a wonderful program for special pops in Lakewood has dwindled to a sad point due to lack of funding. The funding cuts were significant enough that City of Lakewood did not have representation out at the state meet in Grand Junction. I drove my brother out to Grand Junction to do his events. We were named Team Romish because the city of Lakewood could not afford to be there. My neighbor across from James E. Harrison Park is handicapped due to multiple strokes. Prior to his strokes, he and his wife adopted 2 homeless boys here in Lakewood. He has hounded the city in desperation to attend to the speeding traffic issue on our streets. And he is terrified that those 2 boys are going to be hit. My husband and I have tried to help by coming to the Lakewood Open House last fall and sharing our concerns at one of the tables. Our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. Apparently, you don't have the time or you have other priorities. We have many needs in our neighborhood alone, young people with disabilities in need of employment and special services. Last week, an adopted 4th grade girl in a group of kids I work with went through a mental health crisis. Her father told me that they are on a wait list because there is no resources to help her now. This is here in Lakewood, and it's relative to this grant because I feel you are opening your hearts, but our wallets to this unanticipated expenditures, as I read in the ordinance, and we can read between the lines as to what that means in light of what is going on in Denver, and neglecting our Lakewood citizens in order to be this dishonest term of a good neighbor is a downright display of a lack of compassion. And we have gone to meetings and it's been insinuated about our compassion. My husband and I give generously to Special Olympics, Catholic Charities, the Denver Rescue Mission, our church, which provides outreach programs to the homeless, specifically a food pantry, and the Service Weather Shelter Network. We resent being told that we are not compassionate, and we also resent what seems to be a sabotage of our ability to meet. We can meet whenever we want. We can
Ms.
discuss
Pangl, I
what
need
we
you to
want,
finish your
and we
sentence
should
and your
not
time
be
is
called
up.
names and told that we are dealing in misinformation. So in light of this, I'm asking you to say no to the grant because the unanticipated expenditures are very unclear, and you're failing to meet our needs as it is.
Thank you. Laura Lee Martins, Dawn Austin, and then Wendy Schrader. If anybody wants to speak on this topic, you can sign up over here with the city clerk. He's got sign-in sheets. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having us. Deep breath. And I do not envy your job, so thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate also that you have opened the comments for, again, for public input online. If you could let us know when those close so people know when to stop talking, or they can't, let us know the deadline. Thanks, appreciate that. I composed an email to you that took me a very long time, and I'm going to read just a portion of it to you because you didn't have time to read it because I didn't get it done until late this afternoon. Having read through the comments from the public on the site, I am quite disheartened by the large number of my neighbors who think it is honest and justifiable to blatantly characterize anyone who disagrees with their position as hateful, intolerant, xenophobic, racist, spreading disinformation, lying, or other similar language. Casting aspersions via judgmental name-calling generates ill will and is counterproductive. How is the practice of intentionally injuring others with your words anything other than hateful? How is it intolerant to be concerned about those who are in great need who already live in our city? How is pointing out what has happened in other cities xenophobic? How is the desire to promote law abiding by the law racist? It appears that my neighbors are not acting very neighborly toward those with whom they disagree. It appears that the main thrust of one group is the argument of compassion. Compassion is important, and the rest of my comments do not negate its value. However, compassion and justice do not have to be mutually exclusive, as seems to be the opinion purported by several comments. Wisdom is known by her fruit. Those who fail to learn from history and the choices of others are bound to repeat them. It is prudent and advisable to pay attention to what has happened not only in other cities, but also in other countries. There are a few people that I mentioned in the email whose comments I think are very worth your time and attention due to the nature of their information and their background. And so you can see those in the email that I sent. I will not read the rest of the email, but I will just do extemporaneous comments. Oh, I'm almost out of time. So my ask of you is to not blanketly close your heart and your mind to the real concerns of people who have a different position or opinion than you happen to have. Their concerns are valid and they have a reason for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Don Austin, then Wendy Schrader, Lindsay Malconi.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dawn Austin. I am in Ward 4. What you see tonight is informed voters who've watched Denver's decline and don't want the same here. I'm here to remind you that we need leadership that's focused on Lakewood's problems, not Denver's. Any city resources, time or money, focused on non-citizens necessarily steals from our infrastructure, schools, security, and human services, and we are already doing our part as federal taxpayers. The city budget is our money, not yours. And we, the people, need a fiscally responsible council who delivers on the services of Lakewood's charter. Madam Mayor, you have yet to earn the trust of your citizens. And the best way to build towards that trust is focusing your efforts on citizens first. Colorado Springs has already told Denver no migrants, and you must do the same. We understand that holding you accountable does not end tonight and will require our ongoing oversight. But citizenship comes with responsibilities, and freedom is worth the fight.
Thank you. And a reminder that we are right now on the topic of the Navigation Center. So please try to keep your comments to the Navigation Center. With that, Wendy Schrader, then Lindsay Malconi, and then Mike Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's the first time I've been on this side. I've been to many, many City Council meetings over the years. My husband and I are both natives of Lakewood, and we love this community. We believe that Lakewood City Council, the city manager, and city staff should be focused on the immediate needs of Lakewood. While I understand the need to address the homeless population in Lakewood, the plan for the $9.3 million grant still needs detailed definition and a plan for operational funding and fiscal accountability. Nowhere are these addressed in Mr. Parker's staff memo. How will Lakewood taxpayers be certain that the services in this facility will be for the existing homeless population that's been identified in Lakewood and not be extended as good neighbors, a term we've heard so much, to assist Denver with their current immigration crisis? Mr. Parker also leaves a huge question of how the facility will be funded on an ongoing basis. What exactly is the, quote, anticipated cost share agreement he refers to in the staff memo? What is Lakewood's ongoing fiscal commitment to operating the facility? And I'm reading from his memo. Based on Recovery Works estimates, annual maintenance and operational costs for the Navigation Center are estimated to cost $2.5 million per year. These expenses will be paid for through Recovery Works general funds, available grant funding, and anticipated cost share agreement with county and municipal partners. That's us. I oppose Lakewood City Council approving acceptance of this grant until the far-reaching implications are fully addressed. Lakewood does not have surplus funds to operate without cutting into existing city services, and you all know that, some of which desperately need additional funding. Should residents who've lived here and paid taxes here their entire lives have to worry if their car will still be in their driveway tomorrow morning when they get up to go to work? Should they worry about shoplifters who have no fear of shoplifting cartfuls of items out of stores while they pay for their groceries? Focus on being good neighbors and fixing what ails Lakewood first. That was the end of my commentary until I saw all of you in the council chambers tonight. I wonder if it's worth even speaking, because I noticed that I thought it was 4, but I was corrected. 5 of you are wearing butterflies tonight, clearly showing who you already support going into this meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please. All right. You guys, please. We have a long night. We're here. We want to hear you. We need to make time to do that. Disruptions slow the meeting. Lindsay Malaconi, Mike Mueller, and then Michelle White, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you for how you addressed the anti-Semitic comments earlier. That was very professional. All right. So back to the Navigation Center. So in the last few years, we've seen our quiet Lakewood suburb turn into a place where there's drugs, prostitution, and crime all over. And we've seen increasing support for building facilities for the homeless, but if we do that, we're going to become the center for Colorado to send their homeless. So for the Navigation Center, I want to know what accountability will recipients of the Navigation Center have in exchange for the services they are given. In Aurora, they have a homeless support program that requires and rewards workforce participation. My next question is, if the city is awarded a $9.3 million grant, what's the plan to pay for the ongoing maintenance and operation costs, and will us taxpayers be stuck with that bill? I want to know how we'll prevent other counties from sending their homeless and migrants to Lakewood, and how the city of Lakewood will prevent homeless and illegal immigrants from using the Navigation Center to bring crime to Lakewood and the surrounding center. All right. So, since all of our migrants are homeless, we can't discuss helping the homeless without considering illegal immigration. So, since the city of Lakewood is denying claims of being or becoming a sanctuary city, I'd love to hear the actions that you're going to take to prevent a mass influx of migrants from coming into Lakewood, because it appears that you're claiming that you will not become a sanctuary city while I'm seeing other actions. So, some things that you could do, and so you could take some action to show us citizens that you intend to preserve our way of life here. You could boost our police department so that it is known across the nation as the strongest police department in Colorado. You could enforce prevention of crime. You could monitor all the light rail stations and check, do the people have tickets coming in from Denver? You could punish heavy drug use that we're seeing openly done at Colfax and on the light rail. You could take an active stance against human trafficking. What are all these seedy massage parlors everywhere? And how does it economically make sense to wash windows and sell roses at Alameda and Wadsworth? You could prevent homeless encampments, which are a place for diseases, crime, prostitution, and drug use. You could come up with creative ideas like making unscheduled bus drop-offs illegal. You could prevent panhandling, and you could join cities and states across the country who are actively taking a stance against open borders. So if you're really not planning on becoming a sanctuary city, or if you're not already, these are some things that you could do. And I think the Navigation Center is just going to bring this problem to Lakewood.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mueller.
Well, I I see the city is treating the citizens like a bunch of mushrooms again. You haven't told us about the housing problem and that you want to make our schools into homeless shelters, and you tried to keep that on the down low. Now you try to keep this transfer station, which is going to turn into a money pit and a magnet for every criminal that's coming across the border. Don't we have enough problems in Lakewood without importing them from Denver, who is saying, yeah, Lakewood, you're stupid enough to take all of them. Take our problems, you dummies. We don't have the tax base to handle it. It's a money pit, and you guys are responsible for our money. Don't screw it up. You guys are famous for screwing things up. You build buildings without asking the citizens. Now you want to build this thing. This thing is going to cost a lot of money to operate. And what if you get a bunch of kids? Then you're going to have to stick them in the schools. How is Jeffco going to pay for the kids in the schools? Who's going to buy the supplies to put them in the schools? This is going to be a money pit. Didn't you even think about this? Can't you guys think 5 minutes ahead? What in the world are you doing up there? Do us a big favor and just quit. Get your sorry butts up and leave.
Michelle White, then Glenn Newell.
Hello. What is the definition of a sanctuary city? A city whose municipal laws tend to protect undocumented immigrants from deportation or prosecution. This is evident with the city of Lakewood because there are no ICE agents picking up the illegal immigrants, and the Lakewood Police Department do nothing about it. Instead, the city of Lakewood wants to enable the illegals by providing them shelter and food. They want to accept responsibility for taking care of these migrants, including housing, food, medical, education. What about our people that have been on the streets for years? Shouldn't they come first? Wendy, isn't Lakewood doing this, hence creating a sanctuary city? Even though you and the city council are not calling it a sanctuary city. Won't the Navigation Center create this sanctuary for these migrants? What about the migrants that came here the legal way and went the immigration process? This is a big slap in the face for all of them. As a taxpayer in this community, as a business owner in this community, I do not want a navigation center which creates sanctuary. Please don't do this. It's not fair for us taxpayers of Lakewood to have to flip the bill for this. You know, I went to higher education for 9 years. We decided to purchase a residence in Lakewood. We pay taxes in the city of Lakewood. So I'm just paying my taxes so you guys could just welcome all these migrants. So the Navigation Center will create more panhandlers and window washers. The City of Lakewood Municipal Code, and I brought tons of copies, 1218.020 prohibitations. It shall be unlawful for any person to solicit employment, business, contributions or sales of any kind, or collect monies for the same from the occupant of any vehicle traveling upon any street or highway. This happens. Colfax and Wadsworth, Alameda and Colfax. I can't shop at King Soopers. I can't shop at Sprouts because they bombard my vehicle. I am scared for my life. I have to carry pepper spray. They come up to my vehicle and I say, no, they don't get it. The universal language is my pepper spray. Oh, they understand that and they can jump back.
Thank you.
May I give you copies?
You can leave copies with the city clerk. Mr. Newell.
As far as I know, there's some stuff that came over.
Good evening. My name's Glenn. I live in Ward 2. I'm sure we've all met. Welcome. Let me be clear to begin. I believe that all people that live in Lakewood deserve a home, welcome, and dignity. I support the effort to shelter the homeless, feed the hungry, and help the sick and afflicted. I support the city's work in establishing a place where people who have no other options, as some of us are privileged to have, can find what they need. I enthusiastically support the city's work in all these things. I am thrilled that Lakewood will have the first navigation center in Jefferson County, and I am grateful for the thoughtful and transparent planning and communication I've seen from the mayor and city council, and the hard work I've seen all of you do. I am proud to live in the community and have you all as partners in making this the best possible place to live. The question of whether Lakewood is a sanctuary city or Jefferson a sanctuary county has been settled. The topic, as a matter for debate, is both specious and moot, and yet it is frequently used as a dog whistle to stir up the fear, uncertainty, and anger of the ignorant and hateful, to enrage them and stir them to action, to punish those who would follow the actual teachings of the Christ they claim to love. It's used as cover.
Come on, please, order.
It's used as cover against the other whom they despise. And here again tonight, we have those, many from outside the city of Lakewood, who insist on inciting fear and ignoring facts. These are people who despise community and equity in all its forms, who wish to keep out people of color, people of different nationalities and creeds, people whom they find repugnant due to not understanding and not wanting to understand. They wish to deny the light of all humanity. They would have us all live here in the dark and the cold of hate. So I ask the city council, the city staff, and the officers and representatives of Jefferson County to ignore those who would have us become a community that turns away the tired, the poor, those who would seek shelter, the hungry, and those fleeing hardship and persecution. I ask you to continue the work that you have started, to become better than that, a place of light and truth.
Thank you, Mr. No. Let's be respectful. We're neighbors, guys. Come on, please. Michelle Lazaro, then we have Cassie Ratliff, Marge Cullum, and then Kirsten Cremona. And again, feel free if you wanted to line up to be ready to speak, to speed along the process. That would be great. Michelle Lazaro? Yep. Okay, thank you.
My name is Michelle Lazaro. I'm a member of Ward 5. I am a Lakewood native, as is my husband. I have raised my children here. I am a registered nurse in this community. I worked at St. Anthony Hospital for 15 years, both at the old facility and the new. I now am working at another area facility that's not far from here. And I am concerned not of, how do I phrase this? I am not anti-homeless. I am not anti-migrant. I am not any of that. What I have concerns about is opening doors and bringing a wealth of amount of people that we do not have the infrastructure to take care of currently, let alone having thousands and thousands of potentially people coming in. We don't have the EMS to support it. We don't have the police force to support it. We don't have the police force enforcing current ICE protocols. We don't have the medical infrastructure in this community to support it. We have little urgent clinics all over this area. They're understaffed, they're undersupplied, and they're overworked. When I worked at St. Anthony Hospital, we were constantly at overcapacity. I took my mother-in-law there the week of New Year's. She was in complete respiratory distress and was sent home because she had home oxygen, because they had no room to put her in. Because I was a nurse and I could monitor her at home. If we don't have the infrastructure to currently take care of our residents, how in the world are we going to have the infrastructure to take on more? I'm coming from a medical capacity, obviously, but I'm also coming from a concerned parent and a concerned citizen of this community. My husband and I have participated and volunteered in numerous activities within our community. We've participated as coaches, volunteers, donated shelters. I currently am on a committee at the hospital that I work at to help gather donations for our current homeless population. And we're serving meals. This $9.3 million and then some should go to our current community, not more when we don't have the built-in infrastructure to take care of our own at this time. We are constantly at overcapacity, and we're constantly understaffed, and we're constantly undersupplied at numerous medical facilities in this area. And if the health of our current community isn't at stake and isn't worth supporting and taking this money and putting it in our own community instead of opening other people to come into it, then I recommend that you strike it down, because we need to take care of our own people first.
Thank you. Cassie Ratliff.
Hello, Council. My name is Cassie Ratliff, and I am the Chief Impact Officer at Family Tree. Family Tree partners with all people to overcome the interconnected issues of homelessness, domestic violence, and child abuse to promote safety and healing across generations. Many of the folks that we serve at Family Tree call Lakewood home. In fact, Lakewood is the second biggest city of folks that we serve. And I'm here on behalf of Family Tree tonight in support of funding for the Navigation Center. I've been working in the field of homelessness and housing for almost 20 years, providing direct services as well as leadership. And I agree with the folks here and online. Homelessness is a problem within the city of Lakewood, within Jefferson County, and across our state. And during my time, I've only seen this problem grow, and it grew big during COVID. A navigation center is exactly what we need in order to respond to the growing homelessness crisis. When people have access to services like Recovery Works offers, they're more likely to engage in support and exit homelessness. Long gone are the days of pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what led us here. Most people never had them to begin with. Services should be rooted in trauma-informed care. They should be client-centered. They should be equitable and rooted in evidence-based practices. These are the approaches that Recovery Works amplifies and will be providing at their center. I do want to dispel some myths here. No, a navigation center will not attract more people experiencing homelessness. People are here, they started here in Lakewood, and they are your constituents as well. No, a navigation center will not increase substance use within our city. In fact, they will be providing resources to people to overcome these issues. No, people do not want to be homeless. Yes, people may choose to sleep outside because shelters and services do not meet their needs, but they do not want to be homeless. The folks who will be going to Recovery Works for navigation services will be building healthy relationships with folks, will be bonding, will be building trust to help people get off of the streets. And most importantly, this navigation center was not created on a whim. We've been talking about this for years. We've been talking about this as a model, as a best practice. Local nonprofits, community members, those with lived experience have all come together to talk about this program. And this is how it was designed. Don't get me wrong, a navigation center is not the answer to homelessness. It is part of the answer. We need supportive housing. We need resources. We need sheltering options. We must continue to invest in all of our residents. Recovery Works is offering an opportunity for the city of Lakewood to do just that. Invest in those who've been overlooked and abandoned. Family Tree encourages this council to support the funding for the Navigation Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Marge Cullum, Kristen Cremona, Sean Haggerty, and then Josh Comden.
Thank you. I'm Marge Collum. I'm from Ward 5. Whew. I'm here to speak on behalf of the poor, the elderly, who are struggling because of the issues that you deal with and how you deal with them. So we're talking about a thing that's going to navigate people. I took a look at some figures, and I figured some people here ought to hear them. If we look at Denver with 40,000 immigrants, and we think that they cost $1,000 a month for housing, it's going to be $480 million for 1 year. That's just $1,000, and I don't think you can get housing for that. If you feed those people 40,000 at $200 a month per person, I don't think that's possible today. If any of you have gone to the grocery store, that's 96 million in a year. We are headed for a tsunami. I don't think you know what you're heading at. The total of that, $576 million. Your budget, if I am correct, and I Googled it, I might be wrong, is only 72 million. I ask you how you think you're going to afford it. Now, I'm not sure I'm correct on all those numbers, but they're pretty close. Now, personally, I live on a budget of $30,000. My husband was a school teacher, and I worked for Jefferson County, and I had a disability, and we had to quit. We had our advisors, and they assured us that we were going to have enough money to survive. Well, I'll tell you how I survive on $30,000. You have done such wonderful work with your housing that you have caused my taxes to go up to $4,000. Oops, I'm getting really close. $3,000 for insurance, $3,000 for my car, $10,000 extra. Take that out and I live on $20,000. Now, I have to go to get clothing from the Goodwill. Now I'm so poor I have to repair the clothing. I go to the food bank and I'll tell you what I see. I see immigrants coming in, jostling and pushing us out as they cut line, take more food than they're required to do, and our poor staff that deals with those things are out of their ever-loving mind trying to figure out how they're going to handle it. Yeah. You ask how I'm coping? For God's sakes, help me. Please put this thing down and take care of what you need to take care of.
Thank you, Ms. Cullum. Kirsten Cremona, then Sean Haggerty, Joshua Comben.
Hello, I'm Kirsten Cremona, actually. I just wanted to say that I think that we are misguided in trying to help Denver with their migrant problem by making the same decisions that they are making. They are inviting people into Denver, and we are going to be inviting people into Lakewood, and we are going to end up with exactly the same problems that they are begging for help. We are looking to participate in a problem that is out of control. We won't have the funds, as has already been mentioned. The grant will cover some initial costs and it will run out, and then we will be putting Lakewood resources towards strangers rather than the people of our community. We need to focus on ourselves, fix our own problems before we start fixing other people's problems. And I do want to say that my family makes a specific point of avoiding Denver these days. It is not safe. At the times that I have been down there, every time I watch somebody commit a crime, cause some sort of destruction, cause some sort of problem that is going to be somebody else's problem to fix. And I don't want to see that happening in Lakewood. And if that comes to Lakewood, to keep my family safe, we may not stay in Lakewood. We have to take care of ourselves. And if you aren't going to do it, I'm going to have to do it myself. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Kirsten Cremona. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sean Haggerty.
Sean Haggerty, I'm from Ward 2, the Hybrid neighborhood. I've lived here since I was about 3 years old. Spent some time in Coal Creek Canyon prior to that. Grew up 2 blocks south of Casa Bonita. The biggest problem that I have concern about this particular navigation center is, once again, you're going to incentivize something that you're not going to be able to deal with long term. My biggest concern is the sustainability of your ongoing funding. $9.3 million is not free money. First of all of that money came from us originally. And the problem we're going to run into is, how do we handle it in the 4th, 5th, and 6th year? And I don't think you'll make it even in the 3rd year with that. Denver started out with a $45 million bill. They're projecting a $180 million bill today. The problems that they're dealing with, they have a new center at Hamden and Tamarack. In the first 2 months of its shelter's operation, they had at least 2 stabbings and too many other incidents to even count. I deal with a lot of businesses in this area. The problems we have with stolen cars. Main Street Ministries is 1 block south of here. They provide homeless services and have done beautifully. They have a great recovery rate. New Hope Ministries does a great recovery rate. New Hope Ministries works primarily with women with children, okay? But they're dealing with the real problem, which is addiction. The addiction that leads to homelessness, they get the people off the drugs. They get them back in the community. Denver right now has become a huge magnet, and they're shipping people our way. And if you don't think so, all you have to do is go down to Jewel and Wadsworth or any of the other major intersections, and you can find faces that have come here from very other significant places. Now, I'm a first-generation member in the United States. My dad came through Ellis Island when he was 5 years old because his dad was an actual person that should have been given refuge. His twin brother was assassinated by the Black and Tans in Ireland. My grandfather was grabbed by them, and my pregnant grandmother prevented them from taking him. That's why he decided that maybe America would be a better place. He came over here, spent 2 years establishing his financial capacity before he brought the family over. That's the right way to emigrate. That's what we should be doing. That's not what's happening right now. This issue of the navigation center dealing with homeless, my first question is, are you going to require any proof of ID? Every other nonprofit I've dealt with that I'm aware of in this area does not ask for any proof of citizenship, no identification. They deal with whoever walks through the door. And as you heard with regard to the theft and the other issues that we have, the crime issues, right now, if I have a client that has an auto accident 25% of the time, the people are going to get up, they're going to walk away or run away and disappear. Why? Because they don't have identification, they don't have insurance. Now, I don't know if you've looked at your insurance bills on your automobiles for the last 3 years. It's gone like this, and that's what's going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverty. Joshua Comden. Then Erica Knowles, then Amber Varwig, and then Denise Pierce.
Hello. I want to tell about the importance of this navigation center through a story. One of the people who comes and gets chili from us every week, my friends and I, one of the interesting things is when I first started making chili, he told me, I don't like black beans, I don't like squash, and I don't like mushrooms. I'm like, okay, man, I'll just make it out pinto beans. He's been coming for 2 years, and this past summer, he told me, he's like, I'm finally going to get housing. I'm going to get it in December through the Foothills Regional Housing. And so every week he comes by, I'm like, okay, December's coming, December's coming, December's coming. December comes, and then I don't see him. So I'm thinking, oh, this is great. I guess he got into the housing. Come January, I think, okay, it's safe to put black beans in my chili. So I put the black beans in the chili, and he shows up. And I say to him, what happened? He's like, he was in a lottery system of getting into housing. And he was told by the Foothills Regional Housing that they ran out of spots, and he's going to have to wait a whole another year till 2025 to be able to get in. Now, right now, he's actually working at one of the motels that's being renovated. So he has a room in this motel that he's helping renovate on Colfax. But he knows that as soon as they're done renovating the motel, he's back out. And so having a navigation center would be a really great place so that when eventually he is pushed out, that he has a place to go while he's waiting till 2025 to get the Foothills Regional Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Compton. We have Erica Nose, Denver West Court. I don't know if I'm getting the name wrong. Okay, Amber Varwig, then Denise Pierce, and Mr. Rob, that's the last one I have on this list. If you have any lists on there.
Yes, I do, Mayor. I have about 8 or 9 more.
Ms. Varwig.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Let me see. Okay, this time it's working. Amber Varwig, Ward 2. I would like to tell you about my friend Rico. Recently, I did the point in time count, and for anybody unfamiliar, the point in time count is a 24-hour, well, about 27-ish hour period where you go out and you do surveys with every unhoused person you can find. And that helps determine a lot of things about funding and so on and so forth. There were some things happening at the Navigation Center, and it was my first chance to actually go see what that was about. Yeah, I hadn't been there. They were giving people haircuts so that they could go look for jobs. They were giving people, checking their vitals and giving them vaccines so that any kind of illness wasn't an issue. I mean, things that are really important for health and safety, I think, were happening. But I met this person named Rico. And Rico was in a really bad accident, and they got hit in the head, and they have I'm not a doctor, it's a level 4 or a level 5 TBI. It's a really bad level of TBI. And when he's standing, he'll just lose his balance and fall over. And so he's not very safe. Because I met him at the Navigation Center, a friend of mine and I have been able to find a wheelchair that we're going to be able to help this person with so that they're safe. And this isn't something that I could have done if the Navigation Center didn't exist so that I could meet this person. I've been able to tell people about other services that exist. And all that's happening there is sometimes people are eating and they're getting connected with services that they need to be functioning members of society. I heard a rumor that it's a supervised drug use site. It is not. You are not allowed to use drugs anywhere around there. It's just something, and my understanding is if you were not homeless but simply didn't have something to eat, they serve food there and they're not saying that you couldn't have some too. I've seen so many people survive these climate change, harsh winters that we're having where it's warm and then there's this huge amount of snow and stuff. And they're surviving because there are starting to be some services that exist. It's not drawing anybody that wasn't already here. I know that for a fact. And what it is doing is showing human kindness and decency and dignity to people that deserve it just as much as you and I do, guys. I mean, if something horrible happened and you really lost everything, wouldn't you like to know there's somewhere down the street you could go to get a meal while you collected yourself, got yourself back together? If the American dream isn't that we can pull ourselves up from nothing, then what is it? And nobody ever pulled themselves up from nothing by themselves. Not billionaires who got their daddy's money, and not any of us. These circumstances maybe, but if you really pull yourself up from something, someone was standing there holding their hand out most of the time. And there's nothing wrong with a city having things that we need. We deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farwick. Denise Pierce? Okay, thank you. All right, that is the end that I have on Navigation Center comment. Do you have more Navigation Center comment?
I do, Mayor
Okay.
Strom. I have a Brian Loma, and then a Deborah Olin, and then a Deborah Carroll.
Hello, Council. My name's Brian Loma. I haven't been here to speak in front of you since Eric Brandt was a free man. Today, I want to speak about Colorado, the ancestral home to the Ute, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, as well as more than 40 other nations of people who were massacred so those cheering in the other room could wear Jesus on their flag. How quickly the teachings of yesterday's Super Bowl commercials are forgotten. Didn't Jesus wash the feet of the drug addict and the prostitute? 80% of the plus 88%, I believe it is, of the regional homeless are locals who have lived in the region their entire lives, if not generationally. I own and operate businesses blocks from this proposed navigation center. I have a landlord who had to put locks on our building with passcodes because there are no public access bathrooms in the community. Migrants, I want to be clear about this, they don't want our homeless services and shelters full of drug addiction and mental health crises. These people that we're fearful of, they want to build our economies. But so do the people who live on the streets when they're given a chance. The metro region has the 5th largest veteran homeless population in the country. Birthright citizens who killed many times for their country, for pride, for the flag. But yet we leave them on the streets. We don't give them opportunities to get out of their heads and back into the jobs. But that's what navigation does. That's what case management does. When we provide navigation services to assist those who want to create change in their lives, we are giving those who are willing to create change a necessary tool. Statistically, people don't become drug addicts until the 2nd to 3rd month of living on the street, when they've been priced out of their housing, when their medical services aren't available, and when they have fought so hard that they don't have a vision for fighting anymore. Navigation services would make that change. In 2012, the regional wait list time was 3 years to get into housing. In 2023, if you outlive your hospice benefits, they'll put you on the street in a diaper and a wheelchair. And that's what we do to our U.S. citizens. So it's time to create some change. As a Lakewood business owner, I support navigation services that get people off the streets, get them out of their heads, and get them back into productive lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Loma.
Again, I have Deborah Olin, Deborah Carroll, Andrea Gallick.
Hello, guys. How are you tonight? I just want to, I think most of us out here
pay property taxes. Mine just went up 30%. I know a lot of us out here went up 50%. This idea is a great idea, but you're not helping the people that are paying their taxes. I work 4 jobs. I live on the border at Bear Valley, and the crime has gotten so bad that they came to my house with a gun, got into my car and stole it right in front of me with my dogs. I'm having fear in my own house. I have fear when I work out, go to my jobs like a lot of other people do. I just feel like this is not a great idea. And I think you really need to think about your elderly people, the disabled people, and look at your community, because my community of Denver and Bear Valley has gotten to go to the shithole, and I'm sorry to say it. And I'm seeing the crime come in, and if it's on this side over here, it's gonna affect me just like, it's gonna just be a snowball effect. And I really think you guys should think about this, because the money that it's gonna take to make this happen, I think it could be well spent on your children that are disabled, your disabled families, your vets, the people that really need it, that pay the taxes. And I'm going to Denver, and I'm always fighting for there, but I'm thinking, I mean, this is a border community. I used to live here. I don't want to see this community go down the shithole like poor Denver has in Bear Valley. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Deborah Carroll, Andrea Gallick, Jody Nickerson.
Hello. Thank you for sitting through a long night, doing your duty to listen to people. And I hope that some of their words make sense and can move your hearts to really look out for the people who are your constituents. I want to thank you for your transparency tonight. The transparency where 5 people on your board of 10, or 11, I guess, 11, are wearing butterfly pins, giving a clear indication of where they are coming from. I don't even think that makes sense. I don't even think that your political position is what should be driving your decision. It's not about your politics. It's not about your compassion for other people coming in to our country without following the law. I mean, this is what we need to worry about. You guys are transparent that you want $9.3 million. That's what you care about. And you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like for 4 years you had a plan for homelessness. And you couldn't even come up with a name for the plan other than looking at what DOLA was demanding. I looked up DOLA on my phone. All I found out is for small communities to provide nonprofit services for homeless people. So I don't even know if you qualify for it. You just got the large community award from the EDDI program. So I don't know what it's going to take for you guys. Mr. LeBreur is the one who mentioned, I believe, that you were looking at this program 4 years ago. I just want you to think about, how quickly you decided and how much input you got on the $9.3 million. What are you really after? You're really after some quick, easy money with no long-term plan. It doesn't look very good now, and it sure isn't going to look good in a while. I think that if you have some guidelines for providing for your people that are your constituents in Lakewood, in the United States of America, who have lived here, worked here, survived the courts in Colorado, survived the jails, survived the lack of medical, really meaningful medical help. Those are the people you should be looking out for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea Galick, Ward 3. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over while expecting different results. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland, Miami, Chicago, New York, and Denver all have explosive homeless and crime rates. I'm not saying illegal migrants, all of them are criminals, but I am saying when resources are already stretched thin and they are scarce, people get desperate and commit crimes. Mail up and down my street is being stolen. We had a bicycle stolen out of our backyard. My son was attacked by a gang of these migrants. Funny how these invaders are all mostly men. He was beaten to a bloody pulp and left battered in the street. He was almost run over multiple times until he could drag himself to the sidewalk. Where was the government assistance for my son? And for all of the disgusting race baiters, my son is Hispanic. No one here is opposed to helping homeless. And the only side calling people names are on the opposite side of me. Denver's mayor just announced the need to pull taxpayer dollars from DMV and Parks and Rec to fund the people that are not contributing to the pot. Veterans that bled for this country are being kicked to the curb to accommodate people whose first act was to break our laws. I'm flummoxed. Surely humanity is not actually this stupid. Government needs to be reminded that the money that they spend doesn't actually grow on trees. It comes out of our pockets. The money the feds are promising is also taxpayer money. Your salaries are paid by citizens, and our pockets are not your piggy bank. When you continue to dismiss citizen concerns by gaslighting us and using Orwellian doublespeak, you insult our intelligence. You were elected to serve Lakewood citizens, not these people that cut the line based on empty promises of handouts. Now taxpayers are expected to bear the weight of them in addition to everything else we are being taxed for. This is a slap in the face of those that entered by legal means and that do contribute to the pot. I and most here are concerned had to fight and work hard for our homes, and your policies are taxing us into oblivion. There is a right and wrong way to rescue someone that is drowning so that you don't drown with them. The citizens of Lakewood are drowning, and you're all talking about adding more water. If you proceed, it only proves that you lack discernment and you don't give a damn about Lakewood citizens, just the almighty dollar. When has government actually ever done anything that benefited its citizens? And when the federal funding runs out, who's left holding the bag? Being a good neighbor is watering your neighbor's plants and collecting their mail. It isn't cleaning up their messes and collecting their strays. Your requirement of being a good neighbor is waived when your neighbor adopts such disastrous policies. Sometimes people need to clean up their own mess to learn from it. Wanting to afford to keep our homes and feed our families does not make us racist. And forcing us all into poverty solves nothing. Without law and order, we won't have law and order.
Thank you.
Jody Nickerson. Jody Nickerson, David Thormsgaard, Mickey Sedvi.
Someone who's spoken recently left their phone up here.
Probably her. She was so excited. Andrea? No, she's got. Who's on the? Deborah? I'm just going to leave it here.
Thank you.
Boy, don't start that yet. This is a tough one. That's tough to follow. My name's Jody Nickerson. I'm in Ward 2, representing myself. As you can tell, I've changed my speech about 4 times. So many things have been mentioned. I retired from Denver Housing Authority, city and county. Let me tell you, this is a repeat of 25 years ago. This is definitely. These issues here were Denver's issues 25 years ago. I retired from there. And the housing authority. And the whole purpose was to transition people that came from other countries and get them into a transitional period, to get them independent, to be able to go on out into society. Well, my units must have been called Rodriguez House, Gonzalez House, because they kept bringing in the families, but never transitioning them out. I would like to see this plan have some accountability to the organizations, city manager, the organizations that you're allowing in city of Lakewood to be accountable to you as to what's their data of success rate and what are they proposing at this Recovery Works, I dropped people off. I work at food banks. I relate with migrants and with homeless. They're arguing with each other. They're fighting with each other. You've caused dissemination. You've caused it because you give all these privileges to the immigrants that are getting a compound down in Denver, that they get these wonderful mess hall tent, and they get all these tents with little buddy heaters, but your homeless don't have that. How are they feeling that they're being fairly treated with? They don't have the IDs and all this information to get them all this housing that you're proposing, where there's homeless in those hotels that I deliver food to, and King's Rest and all of them, that are waiting in line, and because they have to wait for a birth certificate, a mother's kicked out because they can only have 2 weeks voucher in those hotels. Some of them can go monthly if they're approved by social services and they have children. Have we looked into the Recovery Works program where I dropped somebody off and they were kicked out in 2 weeks because they couldn't house them? They couldn't put them somewhere. I really think the accountability of what you're going to make these organizations answer to you. Are they going to be accountable to how these people are being? What's the success rate? What houses are you putting them in? You're putting them into they can take a shower, they can get fed, then where do they go? Where are you putting them? Into the apartments? For how long? I think these people that you're getting these benefits should be like Chicago. If they don't do community service to pay back for some of these benefits, let them help us keep our costs down in our parks and recreation. Have them do community service to pay back for the benefits that they're getting. And it'd be like a work program. And if they don't do it, they get kicked out and they can't get services again in this city. I have a lot more of solutions to the problems, but thank you.
Thank you.
David Thormsgaard, Mickey Sedevi, and then Christy Thomas.
Hello, my name is David Thormsgaard. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I've been coming to these meetings now for probably 4 or 5 months, and I've heard numerous families come and inquire what we were going to do to help solve the homeless problem, the problem that was littering their yards with needles and everything. And I've stood at the bus stop at the Lakewood water station with people who have no jackets when it's negative 11 degrees, and I didn't know where to point them. And now you guys have a cold weather shelter that I can point them to. And maybe there's going to be a navigation center one day where they can get connected with resources that could actually help them recover, right? And maybe some of these people are going to abuse this system, but maybe it's the person it's their first time and they've just fallen on bad luck that one time. And this could be the program that helps them keep from losing hope, like some people said. And I'd be really grateful to have a resource to point people to when I'm walking home and it's 11 p.m. and the buses don't run anymore. They run once an hour. And so that's all I have to say. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Thormsgaard.
Mickey Sedevi, and then Christy Thomas.
Hi, Al. Thank you for having us here this evening. I come as a concerned parent. I lost my daughter to fentanyl poisoning December 7th of 2021 at 16 years old. And, you know, we have crime, we have drugs, and I'm sorry, there are people that want to help others. Yes, I agree. But we are bringing an undue burden into this city that we do not have the resources for. You know, if you would have been at my house with the SRO of my daughter's high school, if you would have been there with the police officers, you know, and on the 20th will be my neighbor right down the alley in the same townhome complex that I live in. She will have lost her 22-year-old daughter 2 years ago, 2.5 months after I lost my child. We do not have the resources. We do not have the police officers. We don't have it. This is my child, okay? 16. I want you to think about this. You know, I understand that there's good in what you all want to do, but we have a bigger issue at hand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christy Thomas.
I'd like to thank the members of the council for allowing the citizens of Lakewood to speak tonight. But most importantly, I'd like to thank God for giving me the courage to come here and speak to you tonight. It's kind of hard. Lakewood is a big part of my life. My children were raised here. From the age of 6, they played youth sports for the city of Lakewood. Forever Lakewood Tigers. I am proud to say that they were graduates of Lakewood High School. Their grandmother, God rest her soul, grew up in Lakewood and also graduated from Lakewood High School. We chose to own a business here. I think it's pretty clear that my family loves the city. For the last 8 years, I have watched the city go from feeling safe and being proud of it to feeling completely unsafe and trying to figure out if we can continue to run our business here. I always felt safe shopping in Lakewood. I now have to go out of my way to go to another city to purchase groceries as our local grocery store has become a place that I wouldn't step foot in, not without protection. That's blocks, literally blocks away from this navigation center. What on earth have you done with the hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue that you've collected from our business? Not to mention property tax money. I drive down Colfax on a daily basis. What was once a thriving corridor has now become a place of homelessness and vacant buildings. There were plans to clean up Colfax. What happened to that? Small businesses are suffering. We are suffering. If you want to be a good neighbor, then why don't you start by taking care of your citizens? You are taking our money and you're not giving back. If you choose to go along with the good neighbor agenda with Denver, you will give our business no choice but to move to a city where we and our customers will feel safe. We won't be the first, nor the last business to leave Lakewood. You have the same problem that every sanctuary city has had, businesses leaving to move to safer locations. The amount of revenue you will lose will be astronomical. You may want to really think about this before making a decision that will make this city and its citizens suffer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Herr Strom, that's the end of my list.
All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and open up to council questions and discussion. And first on deck, I have Councilor Rebecca Stewart.
Thank you. I just want to start by checking in and getting a couple of questions cleared up that were asked today. Want to be very, very clear that all that this resolution is accepting a grant that the city applied for and was awarded for a navigation center that actually already exists and is operating. And so Staff, can you tell me how long the city has been working with the county to put together a plan for a county-wide homeless navigation?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Stewart. I believe this has been conversations with the county and all of the municipalities within, and that's including the county commissioners. This has been an ongoing conversation for well over 6 or 7 years now. I want to say 8, but it's somewhere in there.
Thanks. The costs that are awarded in this grant, they are to supplement essentially costs that we've already budgeted for and passed in our city budget, correct?
No, so this grant would fund purchase and renovation of a building. That's not currently in our budget.
We have passed an allocation in the future for the purchase of a navigation campus, though. Am I correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, great. So the wonderful thing about this place that we found is that it already exists, right? So this is actually going to be a really significant savings of money because we don't have to find a place and then build it.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And then help me remember, because I know the Budget and Audit Committee as well as the City Council in looking at our ongoing costs, because that was a question. The ongoing cost that Lakewood has committed to with the support of county and the other municipalities. Can you remind me what that is in the budget?
The amounts that are in the budget, I know they're scheduled for 2024 and 2024 and 2025.
Mm-hmm. We've allocated that and discussed it, and it's part of the budget.
That's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have the budget book with me to know specifics.
I don't either, so.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to be really, really clear that our community has been asking us for years to help our Lakewood citizens who are experiencing homelessness and give them support. And that is all that this navigation center is. And all that this grant was an incredibly competitive grant that Lakewood was awarded because our program is running extraordinarily well. It is successful. We have a good evidence-based plan for supporting our Lakewood citizens who are experiencing homelessness, and that is all that we are trying to do here. I saw signs asking, what about veterans? Well, we heard statistics that a lot of our neighbors experiencing homelessness are veterans, and we owe it to them to give support so that people can get back on their feet and on a path to self-sufficiency. I heard questions about what about our neighbors with disabilities. I'm actually a therapist. I've been a Medicaid provider for over 10 years in Colorado. I've worked with stroke survivors, with kids and adults with disabilities. And there are statistics that show that about 50% of folks who experience homelessness are traumatic brain injury survivors. And this type of navigation center is going to help folks get back on their feet and back to a path of as much self-sufficiency as is possible, depending on the severity of the traumatic brain injury. You know, our neighbors have asked us as City Council to step up and make sure that we're supporting all of our Lakewood citizens. That is what this navigation center is for. That is what it has always been for. I think it's a valid question to ask about the fiscal responsibility and making sure that we know where this money is coming from and where it's going. But I can tell you, I chair the Budget and Audit Committee, and this has been a discussion that we've been having for years. We have looked at the projections, we have saved money, we have allocated, we have tried to be as frugal as possible in approaching this issue. We're going after grants to offset costs that we have already projected in our budgets to be fiscally responsible. So I just want to be really, really clear what we're actually talking about. I think a lot of the waters have been a little bit muddied, what this particular resolution is for versus I know the larger conversation that our folks are wanting to have tonight, but that is what we're doing here right now. And that is what the center is created to do. We're talking about drug recovery resources with Recovery Works. We're talking about mental health care and mental health supports with the Jefferson Center for Mental Health. We're talking about job training and supportive employment services through Bayard Enterprises for both folks experiencing homelessness as well as people with disabilities. We're talking about social services to help people be able to get jobs again and be able to navigate our really difficult affordable housing system. And that is what this navigation center is for. It's to help people get back on their feet and on a path to self-sufficiency. And it's for our neighbors in Lakewood. So I just want to be very, very clear that that is what this is. And I am so proud of our city that we put together such a strong application and we're awarded these additional dollars to help our work in this. And so I will be voting yes.
Councillor Over. Councillor Over.
Thank you, Mayor. I would first like to say that for the people out in the atrium, there's a lot of empty seats in here if anybody wants to come in, but you can't cheer in here. But for Mr. Parker, I have some questions. $9.3 million, what is that going to buy?
So, and let me start by saying we also have here with us tonight a representative from Recovery Works and a representative from DOLA who are able to answer questions, and I'll introduce them if we have questions for them. But the grant money can be used for three things. It can be used to purchase the building in which Recovery Works is currently operating. It can be used to do much needed renovations to that building, and it can be used for operational costs for the Navigation Center.
Okay, could we ask the Recovery Works directors to come up and give us a actual what the numbers are?
We can.
And by the way, I talked to them last Friday, so I know what they are, but I think everybody should know.
So I'll introduce James Ginsberg, who's with Recovery Works.
Good evening, Council. I'm James Ginsberg. I'm the Executive Director of Recovery Works.
Okay, so some of the money is going for $9.3 million. Some of it's to buy the building, around $5 million or something, right? And a lot of it's going for renovations. What renovations are you putting in?
So, it's a big open space. The whole building is 21,000 square feet. We're currently occupying 11,000 square feet for the Navigation Center. We need offices and add showers and restrooms. And then as we're looking at rehab for a 24/7 shelter, that would be significant rehab of upwards of $4 million.
And that $4 million comes out of the $9 million?
Correct.
All right, so it's in there. So how many beds, you said overnight, how many beds would there be?
It depends on the model, but we're looking at ideally 100.
Okay, and you said overnight, so how long could a person stay there?
So there's no time limit, but you know, the model is really a sort of a transitional housing shelter. So the idea has been well articulated in this room tonight is for folks to get engaged in services, get connected and get on housing wait lists, get connected with primary care, behavioral health care, recovery services within the shelter and navigation center, all for the purpose of moving towards the long-term goal of sustainable housing and supportive housing.
Yeah, no, I get that. So part of it actually is going to be a navigation center to help the homeless become housed.
Correct.
I mean, that's the whole point here.
Correct.
And then part of it's also actually a homeless shelter. So you can call it both things, really. And some people are going to, so we might as well get that out there now. But, the whole idea seems like a good idea. And that's, what's the 40 vouchers? There's 40 vouchers included.
Yes, part of the grant includes what's called state housing vouchers. So these are federally subsidized through the state. People have mentioned here Section 8 vouchers. So it's for, we primarily target veterans, elderly, which is the largest growing homeless population, folks who are disabled and medically frail. And so those 40 vouchers would go to those priority populations, to what's called scattered sites, so they can go to any market rate apartment, and the voucher subsidizes 30, or the tenant has to pay 30% of their adjusted income. The voucher subsidizes the other 70%.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about allowing illegal immigrants in. Do you check at the door? And could you possibly even check at the door? And you already told me the answer, but could you repeat what you said then Friday?
Yeah, I mean
about illegals coming in.
We've been operating for 2.5 years. Just the facts of the data. We greet everybody at the door. We've served over 350 individuals. In the last 2.5 years, we've seen a total of 9 folks who had identified as immigrants. And those 9 folks were looking for work and immigration services. And, we do some pre-employment services, but we're not an employment agency, so we just simply referred them back out to immigration services and to employment services.
So the major fear here is that the migrants are going to come from Denver
the numbers
to
aren't
Lakewood.
there at this point so far. And actually 95% of the guests we serve are identified as Jefferson County residents. 80% grew up in Lakewood.
Do we, let's see, do we require people to be U.S. citizens? And can we?
A lot of folks, part of our services is getting people started on the road to recovery and housing, and that involves getting an ID. And so we have, for example, Denver motor vehicles on site, so we help people get IDs. So we don't ask for IDs.
Right.
A lot of folks don't have. Most folks don't have IDs. A lot of folks don't.
Well, and I would think that's one of the big steps on becoming housed is getting a job, and you got to have an ID to get a job, and you got to have you provide an address too, right?
Yeah, so people can receive their mail, exactly. So it's really about, navigating this complicated system and getting back out of this trap of being unhoused. And so that involves, getting an ID, help getting back into the workforce, having a mailing address, sort of start stabilizing so you can have a shot at a job. And
all right. And you're going to provide drug treatment there?
Yeah, so we have I have a master's degree in nonprofit management. I'm an addiction counselor, so we do, on-site drug counseling. We have a therapist on site, as Councilperson Stewart articulated. We work with Jefferson Center for Mental Health, provides on-site mental health services. We have Stride, provides primary care services. So all these services are on site, so folks don't have to bop all around and don't have to use the ER for their primary care physician, which is incredibly costly. So they actually can get a primary care physician through Stride on site.
That's great. Let's see, what else was I going down? Well, That's about all the questions I have. Was there anything else you wanted to add? You had a lot more when we were talking. The whole point, obviously, of the Navigation Center is to get people out of homelessness.
Absolutely.
Get 'em
I mean,
housed.
we came because the homeless problem existed already. So we're trying to bring a solution. It doesn't help any of us to have people on the street. It doesn't help businesses. It doesn't help the community. They typically access expensive safety net services like hospitals, ERs, police contact. And so it's been well documented over many decades that it's actually more expensive to do nothing and to leave people on the street. What we're doing is actually less expensive in the long run.
Right. Do you have any idea how much it really does cost per success story? That's an interesting number because, yeah, I mean, quite simply, if it's $1 million, it obviously isn't. But if it was $1 million per success story, I don't think we'd want to fund it. But if it's 10,000 per success story, yeah, we would. So, and actually that would be a metric to be looking at down the road, because yes, we are going to be paying money from Lakewood to keep it operational down the road. And so we should be looking at a metric of how much it's costing to do good.
Absolutely. And to compare it with the metric of people staying on the street and accessing the emergency room and the hospital and police contact and jail,
right,
which, as I said, is actually more expensive than providing permanent supportive housing with, comprehensive services.
Right. And do you have any idea on how much Lakewood's going to be on the hook for it down the road? That's one way to put it. I mean, how much are we going to have to commit, you think? Because you mentioned that you had a $3 million operating budget probably after this grant passes and you buy the building and you renovate and everything else, which is going to be a little while. But you did say, I think it was around $3 million
for our entire
budget.
organization. The NAV Center itself, with the shelter full operation, we anticipate will be in the $2 million range.
Oh, $2 million.
We're already operating out of there with current funding. The beauty of this grant is it buys outright the building, totally remodels it, so we're left with an asset that's totally paid for and remodeled, and now all we're responsible for is the ongoing operation. And we talked to the 7 or 8 years of planning. This is, dollars have been appropriated and saved. This has been in the planning, has been said with the city staff for many, many years. So between Recovery Works and our ongoing nonprofit fundraising, and the other thing, this gives us sort of a 3-year runway with these funds to operate. It includes operational dollars, and so that gives us a good head start of 2 to 3 years to continue to raise dollars for this ongoing operation.
Great. Somebody mentioned having the people there work. Do you have them do things? I mean, is there a work program?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big part, people want to work. It's just hard to get back into the workforce when you've slipped into homelessness because it has been well articulated tonight. Homelessness is an affordable housing problem. That's the root of it. And so the solution is affordable housing. And to get to that affordable housing, and so when you slipped into that crack of homelessness, again, it's all of those ways to try to dig out, and that's what the Navigation Center at its heart does, is help people dig back out of that. So we do our own internal supportive employment. As was mentioned, we work with Bayard Enterprises closely. We work with Jefferson County Workforce Development. We get people on site doing work to get back into the habit of working and showing up on time and being responsible. We've hired full-time for former guests of our services. They are now full-time employees of Recovery Works and rent apartments on their own.
Great. Could I pass it on? Councilor Ryan and I were down visiting you last Friday and appreciate your time there. Could I pass it to you if you have any more questions along this line?
I'll go in order, but yeah.
Because I do have more I have a lot of things to say, but I really wanted to ask a lot of questions here, and since he was there and he might leave. And it's up to the mayor, of course.
Mr. Ginsburg, will you stay up in case other questions come to you?
Yeah, it is past my bedtime, but I just stay a little bit longer.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
That's enough, but we'll want to come back.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering, Mr. Parker, can you clarify, did we respond to a request for proposals that was being circulated by the Department of Local Affairs, which we're calling DOLA tonight, or did they come to us with this grant?
Actually, it was other staff that was working on this. I believe the grant was offered, widely to local communities.
That's my understanding too, and so that to me, in my experience with government grants, shows it was a pretty competitive process, but because we already had sort of a plan in place and an agency that we can invest in, this is why we were able to be awarded this money. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I want to just recognize, we heard from a lot of people tonight, and some of the things I wrote down was preventing homeless encampments, building infrastructure to take care of our communities. And I just wanted to highlight that that's what we're talking about here tonight, and that's what we've been talking about for many years. The other thing I wanted to just point out, the city manager gave a report from the conversation that we had with the city and county in Denver, and the timeline that they gave showcased that they started to see an influx of migrants coming into the metro area in December of 2022. And we've been having this conversation much longer than that. And so I think it's important just to highlight, unfortunately, we're seeing a conflation of two different topics here tonight. And I really just want to highlight that we are committed here on council of taking care of our constituents and the community that we serve. And that's why this conversation has been going on for as long as I've been on council. I'm sure Councilor LeBure in his first tour of duty also experienced the same conversation. And so this is a real opportunity for us. This isn't reducing our coffers by anything. This is pass-through dollars. And we did pass a budget. For the person who spoke earlier, it's $323 million, which is a much bigger number. And we had a balanced budget that included making this sort of investment. And so we have been preparing for this. And I appreciate the community members who are highlighting a need for us to think thoughtfully and plan for that. And that's exactly what we've done. And so I'll be voting in favor of this tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I do really appreciate this line of questioning about the types of services and the success. And I know that you have worked, that this is not the only place that you've worked in this kind of industry. You've worked with unhoused folks in the past. We were asking about success stories, and whether it be statistics or if you have a couple of just personal examples that you've gotten to experience in your years of work of these kinds of services or this kind of model working.
Well, again, I started my career 30 years ago in Denver doing street outreach, and I always think of I met a guy who was sort of a so-called hobo and hopped trains, and he got off the train and he said, just a couple years ago I used to be able to get a job at White Spot on 8th and Broadway for minimum wage, and I could rent a room in Capitol Hill. And I can't do that anymore. And that's what's happened over the last 25 years is there's just this growing gap, and you can draw a direct line between the gap between the cost of housing and a living wage. And the reason homelessness keeps increasing is because that gap keeps getting wider and wider. And so we don't want to have a shelter system. We don't want to have a navigation system. We want everybody to be placed in affordable housing. But until that dream is realized, we do have to create some sort of a system that engages folks. And again, the traumatic brain injuries, the veterans who, I see so many veterans who are so disenfranchised from the VA. We work very closely with the VA. And so we try to reconnect people to those resources. I have a lot of profound success stories of Vietnam veterans who were totally disenfranchised from the community, from the VA, and we spent years and years literally developing a relationship and developing collaboration with the VA and re-engaging them, and seeing those folks get housed have been some of the most heartwarming stories for me. You know, and I had a 82-year-old lady called me yesterday and said, I'm losing my housing for the first time. I'm terrified, of course. I've never been homeless, but they raised my rent past my disability and I can't afford it anymore. And so the fact that we can engage her and potentially quickly rehouse her and do some rental assistance to prevent her from coming into the system at all. So we do part of that. We do diversion at the front door. If we can keep you housed, you know, the county has provided some resources for that sort of intervention. So, you know, I literally have hundreds and hundreds of stories, but that's sort of off the top of my head, is being able to engage some of the most vulnerable folks that probably would have died.
Thank you so much for that. You have just so much experience with many different models and many different approaches in various communities over decades. And so we're really lucky to be able to work with you specifically in Recovery Works as an organization to make sure that we have that expertise, because the city is new to working on issues of homelessness. And that is in part because the need for these kinds of resources has always been there, but has certainly increased, to your point. And to echo a bit what my colleague, Councilor Sherzai, was sharing, that I do hear, right, the pain and the nervousness in people's voices, but and in the very real stories of hardship. And I would argue that a lot of what people are saying is that they are also closer to homelessness than they have ever been. And that is scary and intense and terrible. And so providing this kind of service and creating this kind of infrastructure locally can help relieve a little bit of that pressure. Because as city council, I actually am not legally allowed to deport anybody. I don't think I would anyway, as I've talked to many of you, and our values might not be aligned on that. But it doesn't mean I'm not willing to discuss like real solutions, but that's actually not our job. I cannot build a wall between us and Denver. That's not city council's job. What I can do is recognize that there are certain systems outside of my current control that are failing us and that are failing the people who are already here. And frankly, the people who are coming here are escaping failing systems. And so creating this type of safety net, this kind of network, this kind of resource and social infrastructure, hopefully will allow this problem to not grow as rapidly as it currently is, not just here and not just in sanctuary cities. And I'm not talking about migrants, I'm talking about housing instability. That cost of housing is a national crisis that we can't single-handedly fix, but we can help to provide a little bit of relief. And this is a really important component of that. And I also do want to echo that, of course, this has been in the works for a long time. We have been working on directing resources, staff, our thinking, community has worked with us to create solutions. This is an incredible and ambitious program that is necessary, and I am grateful that we started having these talks 7 or 10 or 15 years ago in order to actually be able to see it start to come to fruition. Because it's slow, which we've talked about in all these other ways. And it has to go hand in hand with some of the strategies in that housing plan that we talked about earlier today. You can see the way that we have actually been really hearing these issues, and we're trying to create plans, but it takes time to build those systems, especially when those kinds of choices and resources did not used to have to live at the city level. Lastly, I will say that, of course, both the housing plan and a navigation center and any other social resource may in fact support people who have immigrated here, people who are newcomers. And the idea that because we are afraid of somebody that we feel is other than us will benefit from a resource means that none of us should get it either doesn't quite make sense to me. And I hear the concern about spreading resources so thin, but again, this has been calculated over time. We have budgeted for it. We have thought about it. And so providing this resource can benefit anybody who is in our community, as it absolutely should. And I would never dream of trying to take resources off the table, which is what's being asked, right? Like, we're so nervous that this is going to positively impact somebody who's new to our city. So that means we shouldn't actually have the navigation center at all. I can't quite square that for me. I'm very open to continuing to have these conversations with everybody, but I recognize also that these are a little bit of two different issues. And as we continue to chip away at how to get people off of the streets as often as possible, how to help with our local economic development, how to think about housing and keeping people housed, finding more solutions for affordable housing. Nobody's sentence for poverty should be death. And when we do not have these resources, that is what we are saying we want for them. That is the only other option. And so I will very gladly and very enthusiastically be supporting this grant and really look forward to continuing to work with the community on additional resources for people who are struggling in our community.
Councillor Sinks.
Thank you. Yes, I have notes here, and I took them while you were talking, and I heard what you said, and I also am very, very interested in helping to take care of Lakewood's vets. I want to help Lakewood's disabled, and I want to help Lakewood's elderly. By the way, it's amazing that the elderly are the fastest growing demographic for homelessness. So because I want to do all that, I think the professional way to do it is through the Navigation Center. I have been so impressed with the professionalism of Mr. Ginsburg. I met him last year when I was campaigning. I went there to the old site, 7011 Colfax, and it's like, what? DMV comes to your spot to help people get IDs? Wow, that's a one-stop shop. And a laundromat, you help wash their clothes. And I was just so impressed. And he, at that time, referred to the 8,000 Allison property that was going to be built. Or sorry, not going to be built. That was hopefully going to be inhabited by them. It's like, yeah, great. And so then, of course, the $9.3 million came to help with that. Now, by the way, just parenthetically, if we say no to the Action Center, that $9.3 million does not come into Lakewood. It's just gone. It doesn't come here. So it would be great to help more people in different ways with $9.3 million, but you know how grants work, right? They're designated. And if you don't get the grant, or if you say, hey, great, I've got the money, now I'm going to use it for this. No, you can't do that. Grants don't work that way. So we were so fortunate, as my colleagues, co-counselors have said, that yes, it was a very competitive grant and we got it, and it's so awesome that we can use it for this navigation center. I did bring one last thing. I did bring looking at Lakewood. Yay, just came to our mailboxes not long ago. At the back, 2024 city budget tackles tough community issues. Oh my, we're accomplishing a lot through the budget in 2024. I just made a quick list of it. We're going to be seeing so much work on for safety on West Colfax, North Dry Gulch floodplain mitigation, and grants for residents to monitor their water usage. And I don't think I'll read all 11, 12 that I wrote down here. Nothing is going to be taken away from the residents, and your lives are going to be enhanced through this 2024 budget. So, might not believe it, but just watch and you'll see that it is. So thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. You spoke at our ward meeting and it was so well received. And thank you for speaking here tonight. Thank you for your work and your professionalism. Appreciate it.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor Strom. I just have a couple quick thoughts, but I want to thank Mr. Ginsburg for being here and staying up close to your bedtime. Extremely helpful to have you here. One quick question for staff. I just want to get this on the record. I'm pretty sure of the answer. What we're voting on tonight is authorizing the expenditure of a grant, a 9.3 million grant, plus it's actually, if you round up, a 9.5 million grant, once you add in the 144,000 that comes for additional services, and potentially sort of flagging this very modest match that includes that we're satisfying with a federal grant in and of itself, CDBG dollars. And that's all we're doing. Nothing that we're voting on tonight beyond that expends local Lakewood city dollars that haven't already been committed in the last budget. And any future expenditures in Lakewood dollars would have to go through a budget process, which turns out there's multiple hearings for and multiple opportunities for comment on. That would be a separate process. I just want to confirm that we're not voting to expend any other Lakewood city dollars beyond that.
You're exactly correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barker. You know, gosh, folks, we're all neighbors in the city, really. And I've sat here and listened very, very attentively to the comments. I get it. Folks aren't happy. I hear it. I understand. You're not happy that your housing costs are exploding and your property tax bills are going up and your cost of living are going up. I get it. You're not happy that there's 40,000 folks from another country pouring into our community, and you're scared about what it means for your family, for your safety. You're scared about what it means for our ability to budget long term. I get it. I'm anxious that the city of Denver is spending $140 million that it doesn't have. I'm anxious about that, okay? And we are up here on a dais, and I get it. We have public comment, and you're allowed to come and share your frustration and your anger with us. You can do that on any topic you want, especially during general public comment. You really can. You know, the fact that housing costs are exploding in cities across America is due to immensely complicated historic structural factors that have been going on for decades and will continue going on for decades. And have, you know, to the extent that we on this dais can affect that, it's frankly on the margins, okay? As my co-counselor pointed out, we on this dais do not have the power to pass a comprehensive immigration bill. As a citizen, not as a Lakewood councilor, as a citizen, I would very much like to see a bipartisan comprehensive immigration bill passed. I've been working on this issue in one way or another in various capacities. Our immigration system is thoroughly broken. Y'all are right that we need to get a hold of that. It's obviously not sustainable that we've got 40,000 folks that have come to the broader region and are looking for work and can't work. That's not good. There are solutions to that, but they're federal. They're not solutions that this dais and this body can pass. Now, I've listened and I've heard very carefully what folks have shared on this. But folks, you know, the topic in front of us tonight that you all just commented on is an ordinance authorizing us to spend, it's actually $9.5 million when you add up the two subparts, that our fantastic city went out and applied for to fund, okay? It is taxpayer money, but if we don't take it, it will go to other cities, not Lakewood, which means that more money will have to come from Lakewood, right? So I just heard a bunch of folks say, look out for Lakewood, right? You should represent Lakewood, and I agree with that. That is our first obligation. So to me, representing Lakewood looks like making sure that in a competitive statewide process where we have funding, that we get that $9.5 million. I want it going here in our community, not going to a bunch of other cities, right? The argument, as I understand it, for a bunch of folks that have come up. And by the way, I did listen very carefully to the comments. I also read all of the comments on Lakewood Speaks, and I was appreciative of the fact that by my count, a clear majority of the comments on Lakewood Speaks were supportive of us passing the ordinance before us tonight. And I am an enthusiastic yes vote. The argument, as I understand it, seems to be that despite the fact, as we've just heard from Mr. Ginsburg, that 95% of the folks served by this Lakewood Nav Center are from Jefferson County, that because there are 9 people out of 250 over the last 3 years that are immigrants, that we should shut all this down, send $9.5 million back to the state and say, no, you know what, this is too much. 9 immigrants served, let's shut the whole thing down. We've got a Nav Center right now. Instead of pulling down $9.5 million to build on that, let's just give it to someone else. Respectfully, I've heard the comments, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I believe that we have a responsibility to be a good steward of your taxpayer dollars. Your taxpayer dollars are, your money. That you're right. We shouldn't be spending your money thoughtlessly. We should be very strategic about it. Our budget is just over $300 million, but we should look after every penny, which is the #1 reason that I am a yes vote. Mr. Ginsburg alluded to this. There is mountains of data that a chronically homeless individual costs taxpayers between $60,000 and $80,000 per year, cycling through jails and rehab centers and emergency rooms, right? And who does that bill go to? The taxpayer, right? So being a good steward of your dollars, being fiscally responsible, to me, looks like not spending $80,000 a year on folks who are chronically homeless. It looks like preventing that, right? I understand it's 2024 and politics in this country are tough, and there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger everywhere, and I wish it wasn't so, but it is. I don't know, I don't have the solution to it, but I know that I know that we've got to look at the data and the evidence, okay? And on this, the evidence is extremely persuasive. There have been multiple rigorous evaluations done of looking at everything that Mr. Ginsburg just described. Job training programs, supportive services, prevention services, respite care, a housing first strategy to get these folks off the street, and they have showed over and over again that it results in better outcomes. There was an evaluation that was done in this region, okay, randomized evaluation, which is the most rigorous evaluation there is, and it showed that folks that get these kind of services are 40% less likely to end up in jails. They're 40% less likely to end up in emergency rooms. They're significantly more likely to get preventative health care, and they're significantly less likely to end up in rehab centers, right? Because it helps them deal with their substance abuse issues. Notwithstanding some of the comments we heard tonight, I have heard from literally hundreds of constituents in Ward 3 who, like me, are very concerned about the fact, as Mr. Parker has flagged in his memo, that the unhoused population has increased by 73% in Jeffco just in the last year, and most of that is unsheltered. Folks are worried about that. Businesses are worried about that, right? Because folks don't want folks sleeping outside their business. I get it. HOAs are worried about it. They don't want folks sleeping outside their home. And this, as we've just heard from my co-counselors, is an opportunity to do something about that. Yeah, but you're bringing this is an opportunity to get out in front of that challenge and prevent homelessness in our community for folks that we've just heard Mr. Ginsburg say are 95% people from Jeffco. And respectfully, I just reject a politics that says because we're so worried about this larger challenge that this body doesn't control, and the fact that 9 people out of 250 were immigrants that access this navigation center that is already here in our community, that we should just shut all this down and send this money back to the state. That doesn't make any sense to me. I hear you. It's not that we're not listening. It's that we are listening. It's that folks have been telling us over and over again that homelessness is one of the most important crises in our community. And we have a chance to do something about that. So, gosh, I respectfully think we should celebrate that. This is good news. There's a lot of things in government that aren't good news, but this is good news. Our awesome staff went out and got us $9.5 million in a competitive process, and now we get to use that to prevent homelessness. My friends, how is that not good news? So I will be an enthusiastic yes vote, and I would respectfully suggest all of us could use a little bit less anger and a little bit more looking at what actually works to address problems, a little bit more solution oriented, whatever side of the political aisle we're on. Thank you very much.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you. So I'll have form some comments a little bit later, but taking my co-counselor's thoughts, that I wanted to follow up on some questions. And Mr. Ginsburg, thank you very much for spending so much of your generous time with Councilman Olver and myself in showing us what you guys do. And I appreciated your comment, and it's still in my head, that we are here to work, and the people that we're serving are here to work. And so I appreciate that comment. The questions I have, and some may go more towards the city, but I suspect I'll have a couple for you as well. So my first question for the city is, what obligations, if any, will the city have moving forward if it were to accept this grant money?
So we are obligated to comply with our application for this grant, which includes purchase of this building, renovation of this building, and spending whatever is left in that grant towards operations of this building, or of the navigation center. We will, if this grant is approved, we will work with DOLA to create a contract for reporting on our obligations. I think it's quarterly. I'll have to check on that. And so we'll report on those obligations to DOLA. There will be a time limit that's not set yet, that we will have to agree to continue operations of a navigation center for a certain number of years. Generally, that's 30 for DOLA. Again, that contract hasn't been written yet.
Okay. So other than spend the money on this navigation center and report on it, are there future obligations that if in year 3, for example, this thing craters because it doesn't get enough funding from other sources, do we have an obligation to, can DOLA crawl?
We don't
call
have
the money back?
we're not obligating future councils to fund this by themselves. No, that's not an obligation of this grant.
And again, if for some reason this Navigator Center does not continue after, let's say, year 3, I'm picking an arbitrary date, and I hope you'll be wildly successful, by the way, but if we were to approve this, can DOLA claw the money back?
Let me ask that question of our DOLA representative, if you don't mind. Kelly Barker is here from DOLA.
Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. If for some reason the Navigator Center doesn't receive enough funding from all the different sources and has to close its door, I'm using an arbitrary date of year 3, does DOLA have the ability to claw back any or all of the grant money from the city of Lakewood?
Yes, so we'll be negotiating a contract here shortly, and so those sorts of details will be worked out through our use covenant that we'll be developing. Has not yet been developed, but as Travis mentioned, our typical sort of affordability period, whatnot, is 30 years, and so if something were to fold, the use covenant, the contract is a land use restriction that's tied to that property.
Okay.
So if they were to, fold, as you said, in a couple of years, I think we'd have to work through that. I can't give you an exact answer right now because we haven't even negotiated the contract yet.
But that's more of a land use issue as opposed to, okay. So, and then can the $9.3 million be used on for any other purpose other than for the Navigator Center at the 8,000 location, 8,000 Colfax location? Can it be used for any other purpose?
No, it's for purchase of this building, renovation of this building, and operations of the Navigation Center in this building.
Okay, and our DOLA representative can confirm that?
Correct, yeah. The contract will name the specific property, and then the use covenant will be attached to that property.
And as I understand, there's a reporting requirement that the city has with DOLA. Can we have the city commit to the city council that it will provide us, if we support this and it moves forward, that you guys will report to us on a periodic basis, whether it's 6 months, 3 months, whatever makes sense, and we can talk about that. What kind of objective metrics that you're seeing, so that we can monitor whether this is a program that should be continued to be supported or not? Is that something we can get a commitment from the city?
We can absolutely commit to that and come up with a schedule for reporting back.
Okay. One of the speakers mentioned that there's a cost sharing of about $2.5 million per year. Should the city, or should this body decide not to accept that 9.5, I guess I should be corrected, $1 million grant, are we as a city still committed to providing whatever share of that money it is, regardless of whether we accept that money or not?
So you're exactly right. The ongoing operations of this navigation center aren't dependent on accepting this money. This money, buys the building, takes away their rent pay, makes operation of this use less expensive. But the use is there. The navigation center will continue to remain regardless of whether we use this grant money to purchase this building. And so that, between Recovery Works and this regional coalition that's looking to fund their operations, that operation will be funded through those ways. And it's not an obligation on Lakewood but on their own.
So I was going to say this is my last question, but it's two parts, so I'll leave it to you whether it's the last question or two parts. The first part, both connected to the police, and I would like to, Mr. Ginsburg, if you would be so kind as to talk about your relationship with our CAT teams, the police, and that relationship, and then Mr. Travis Parker, if you could explain what role the police have, our police department has been involved in advocating for this grant money to be accepted. So whichever one of you want to start first.
So the CAT team, the community outreach team, is housed in the Lakewood Police Department, and they have what's called homeless navigators, who are social workers attached to that team. So they go out and visit encampments, respond to citizens' calls around encampments typically, and try to engage folks in services. We've had a very close relationship with the Lakewood Police from the very beginning for the last 2.5 years that we've been operating. They often operate out of the navigation center. It's an opportunity for them to not just engage folks on the street, but engage them indoors and access and leverage all the services that we offer there. So as with all of our partners that I mentioned, Jefferson Center for Mental Health and the Action Center and Stride and Jefferson County Public Health, the Lakewood Police are a sort of co-collaborator in bringing that sort of resources. And the other thing, that's offered too is that we're looking at is what's called homeless courts, so people can sort of deal with their tickets on site as well. And so, again, that relationship with Lakewood Police has been critical, both for safety, for the guests, and for the community. And I will also add that we have our own on-site. We have 3 full-time security guards on-site full-time. So our number one priority for the surrounding community is safety and cleanliness. If it's not safe, nobody benefits. And so that's always our starting point, and the Lakewood Police are part of that process.
Yeah, I'll second all that, to say absolutely that CAT team is a partner to the Navigation Center and a supporter of the Navigation Center. And I'll go back to the argument of the cost of doing nothing. So if the Navigation Center didn't exist, if these resources weren't available to people, it would be our CAT team and our police department that would be responsible for resolving a lot of issues. And so then we'd be paying as a community for extra police officers, extra CAT enforcement officers to resolve a lot of the issues that will not arise because this, this navigation center exists.
I'll have some comments later, but that's all for right now.
Thank you. Councillor LeBure.
It's getting late, I can tell. Thanks, Mayor. Excuse me. So I used to live in Ward 2, and I've watched this homelessness challenge, problem grow over and over year after year. And largely, what we're hearing is that we should do nothing. But the challenge is largely that's what we've done for us as a city, as a state, for a long time, and as a county. But we know that we need to do something. We've seen success stories like cities like Houston, for example, and a lot of that was them tackling the housing challenge or the housing problem, affordable housing problem. The migrant challenge is another challenge. 40,000, as you've heard, migrants have come here because they were bused. They were bused here because the federal government has failed and because not because anything our state or anything we're offering, but because they were brought here. And, we've heard many have already chosen to leave. And they're waiting now for an immigration judge to determine their fate. But we should be clear that this grant is not about migrants. The reason the migrant challenge has been dragged into this conversation is because we've, seen people selling flowers and washing windows, and we asked the question, what is anybody doing about this? And we knew Denver had been engaging the White House and the feds and others. So to me, we wanted to hear, what are you guys finding out? What are you guys hearing from the federal government? So we asked our city manager to look into that and ask the question. And we've heard back, and that's good to hear. And it's good to learn a little bit more about what the city of Denver is doing. But this homeless challenge is a different challenge, and it's been a growing challenge for a long time. I remember 10 years ago, when the conversation was that Lakewood spent more money on a dog shelter than we did on supporting our unhoused. That was the conversation 10 years ago. And just to be clear, I'm 100% supportive of the Jefferson County Animal Shelter. So, but we spent less money on homelessness. I mean, right now we spend less on homelessness, I think, than we do on the interest of the debt for the city. So I wouldn't say. So I'm bringing that up because I want to make the point that, we're not putting extraneous amounts of resources into this, into this challenge. But this is part of the reasons because these are the kind of opportunities we're seeking. We're looking for partners like DOLA and others who can assist us in tackling this challenge. And I got to say, every city is dealing with this. We all go to conferences where every city in the state goes and meets and talks about challenges. And we go to conferences that are national, where every city in the country is talking about the same issues. So this is not specific to Lakewood or Denver or Colorado. Grand Junction has a homelessness challenge. I went to Wine Fest a year and a half ago. Go look at the downtown there. They're having the same challenges, and they got vastly different policies. Arvada has the same challenge. Fort Collins has the same challenge. Pueblo has the same challenge, and we all have different policies. So I don't know if it's a, policy difference that we're talking about. We're talking about a growing national challenge, and what role do we need to play to help facilitate in solving the challenge. So anyway, I just want to make that point. I have been waiting for something like this to help deal with our homeless challenge. It's the only way to solve the problem. This is a Lakewood grown problem as well. I mean, I used to live right next to Moham Park, and I watched, the challenges grow there until we got to put new lights in the park, and we got to, so saying we're going to do nothing just isn't going to solve the problem. And it's getting late for me, so I'm going to just end there. But I'm looking forward to supporting the grant, and looking forward to continuing to, tackle all these challenges that we face. Thanks.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion that we've been having here tonight, and just want to echo my colleagues' gratitude for you all being here to answer questions. So I just had one question before making some comments for Mr. Ginsburg. I know we had one resident who told a very heartbreaking story about her daughter's passing due to fentanyl, and just wanted to learn a little bit more about the name is Recovery Works, right? Learn more about how this resource might support some folks in our community struggling with drug addiction.
Yeah, and I share your sympathy with your loss. I'm the youngest of 8 kids, and I have siblings that have mental illnesses and substance use disorders, and I'm statistically, virtually everybody in this room has people that they know with substance use disorders. 18% of the U.S. population has a diagnosed substance use disorder. So, I come from a long history of addiction treatment. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a certified addictions counselor. My heart is in recovery. The name of the organization sort of grew out of that. And we think of recovery in its broadest sense: recovery from poverty, from addiction, from homelessness, from trauma. But in terms of specific to addiction treatment, it's certainly at the core. That's not the core of the homeless problem, and it's been well articulated here. These are policy decisions that have been made over the decades. We're at the end of a multi-systems failure here. This navigation center is. And so, as has been said, I want to be clear too, this isn't the solution. This is a start. And we have to start somewhere. Again, the solution is housing. And then after that, there's a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And if you're outside, it's really difficult to get work, to deal with your addiction, to deal with your mental health. You're in your primary brain where you're just fight and flight. And so we need to, and so the Navigation Center sort of has that start. And certainly addiction is a growing problem, as we all know. And I'm shocked personally at the growing fentanyl problem. And I've seen people just in the last 2.5 years that were, sort of battling their addiction and ambivalent, as most people are, and coming in and dabbling in our recovery services, now that have really slipped into deeper dives of addiction. So it's really concerning to me, and it's concerning to all of our staff. So, we're continuing to build out robust addiction services within the Navigation Center, within our organization. We work with Stride to work with onboarding folks in medication-assisted treatment. We offer early recovery groups. We certainly offer 12-step as available. We offer one-on-one dual disorder, addiction, and mental health treatment, both within our organization and with partnerships. So it's part of the whole Navigation Center model is that you get to walk in, and we're trying to engage some of the hardest people to engage, people that have been using substances for decades. And if we can start building that relationship and at least offer a menu of services, all the evidence says that, if you meet people where they are and engage them in a variety of choices, you drastically increase their chances of engaging in addiction treatment. So it's certainly central to what we do.
Thank you for walking through that, and I think that just speaks to we are keeping those members of our community at the front of our minds when we're making this decision. And so, on this theme, I think many of us have been pulling up of listening. I think, although, the butterfly brooch that I'm wearing has been called out a number of times as a signal that I might not be listening, even though we might not agree. I hope that our comments on this dais do demonstrate to you that we are listening, and that, in fact, I think in so many of our comments, there's some levels of shared humanity and values that we've already started to draw out that I just want to continue to emphasize, right? Emphasizing that we need to support people who are in our community in this full continuum of recovery, right? That we need to support our veterans who are served by programs like Recovery Works and with this navigation center. We need to, that we need to support people in our community. I knocked hundreds of doors, just a few months ago, and happened to also be a neighbor of where our navigation center is, right? I live very close to it. And this is what our community is asking for, an evidence-based, fiscally responsible way to leverage our tax dollars to deal with a problem we are already all facing, right? And to do so in a dignified manner that centers our shared humanity of our neighbors, but also, as has been demonstrated time and time again tonight, is the cheaper way of doing this, right? Is the more effective evidence-based way of doing this. And so when I knock doors and I talk to people with a wide variety of opinions on issues like those we're talking about tonight, one that we all shared in common was that we need to do something related to homelessness in our community. And I am so deeply proud of the opportunity to do something like accept this grant and support the work that is happening so close to my home. And actually, I've really heard so much of that shared value in what folks who were saying they were in opposition to this ordinance shared tonight. And I also just want to highlight before I close that I genuinely appreciated how many people started off their statements by saying that their thoughts and their feelings were not grounded in xenophobia and racism, right? Because I think that those are real fears in our community for folks who look like me and for folks who have lived experience or familial experience with immigration, right? And so even though we might not all agree on the policy, I want to just highlight that is what I heard in so many people's comments of people who might not agree with where I'm going to vote on this issue tonight, right? And that really is in alignment with our value as a city of wanting to build an inclusive community. And I'm excited that I believe this vote and hopefully all the votes I take on council will espouse that value and the mandate of the voters in doing so.
Thank you, Councilor Cruz. Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add that I think it's disconcerting to me that so many people that spoke out have already left. I'm not going to hear these comments. And the information that was provided by Mr. Ginsburg, and I went to the ward meeting where you did your presentation and really learned a lot from that, and I really appreciated that. And I'm going to try to draft you for the Ward 5 meeting this weekend, but I guess it's not lost on me that people are frustrated with a lot of things that are going on. But to my colleague's point, the immigration issue is because these people were bused here. They're not coming here of their own free will. And their status is that they're waiting asylum. And people keep calling them illegals. And, you know, it's a whole can of worms, political issue. But in my mind, no human being is illegal. We all should be treating people with respect and courtesy, regardless of where they came from and how they got here. I did not choose where I was born. I did not choose my parents. I didn't choose my government. And people are fleeing circumstances which probably most of us would flee given the opportunity. It is also, to me, I'm very passionate about mental health issues causing homelessness. A lot of people assume that people are moving to Colorado, smoking pot, living on the street, and then they get addicted to other drugs, and that's why they're out there. Drug addiction is a big factor, but it's like number 5 on the list of key issues causing homelessness. Veterans have mental health issues that are brought on by a number of reasons, and as many citizens do. But we also have economic disparities that are causing homelessness. As a veteran, it's not lost on me that, people will walk up and say, thank you for your service. I'm not asking people to thank me for my service. I'm asking them to treat people on the street with compassion and recognize the fact that they are out there because they are suffering from mental health issues and economic issues, and that we need to lift them up and not criticize them and call them criminals and, continue fear-mongering. I think the Navigation Center is a fantastic location for this service and the help that they can provide people. I think it is going to really help drive us forward on this issue. And I think that the more people learn about what they do and how they go about their day-to-day tasks, will really help people understand better the situations that people are in, what they're experiencing, and how we as a community can help them. And so, again, I saw a sign tonight that said, veterans over illegals. That's not a mutually exclusive thing. If someone is on the street, they're there for a reason and they need help. And that to me is the bottom line. So, I absolutely am in support of this grant. And again, my objective is going to be to try to educate people a little bit more about what's really going on and how we can help them versus labeling them and criticizing them and blaming them for everything that's wrong in our community right now. Thank you.
I want to say just a couple of words before we start our second round of council comments. First, Mr. Ginsburg, thank you so much for being here tonight. I haven't had a chance to thank you face-to-face for the amazing work that you guys did over Martin Luther King Day when we had sub-zero temperatures for multiple days. And while we've talked about Recovery Works being in our community and operating for over a couple of years, they've been doing it during the day. And you guys, with very little notice, said, we're in a building now that we can actually put roofs over people's heads overnight, and you did it. And it was hard, and it was amazing at the work that you were able to do. You guys have been a powerful partner in our community, and I want to thank you very much for doing that. I live in Ward 5, and I just want to make a note that the homelessness in our community is something that stretches across Lakewood. It's not just on Colfax. It's not just off of Alameda. It does stretch down to, we have Hamden. Actually, Ward 5 is a little strange. We go all the way down to Grant Ranch. But it is something right now that our police agents are very challenged with, and I will say hands down, one of the most frequent emails that I have received in my time on council and as mayor is frustration over housing encampments. And our agents that are responding do not have a place to help these people relocate to. So what we end up seeing is an encampment that goes from over here to over here, from my neighborhood to your neighborhood to your neighborhood. You guys are giving us a solution that not only is fiscally responsible in the fact that it now locks in your purchase price. You don't have to worry about 2%, 4%, 10% rent increase every year. You're in there, you're a homeowner. You're providing homes to people as they're getting back on the street. So I want to say thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll go ahead and start our next round with Councilor Over.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to call the question.
A second.
Okay, so what call the question means for our attendees in the audience is they want to force the vote. So with that, we'll go ahead and vote on the issue. Or do we have dialogue on that first? No. Okay. We're calling, first we need to vote to call the question, then we vote on the actual ordinance. So voting on calling the question, yes would be we want to move forward and actually vote on the ordinance that we're discussing. Okay, and that passes 9 yeas, 2 nays. Nays being Over and Rhine. So then we will clear our votes, and this time the yes vote will be if we want to pass the ordinance to accept the grant funding from DOLA for the Navigation Center. No would be no, we do not want to pass that ordinance. All right, and that passes 10 yeas, 1 nay, the nay being Counselor Over. Oh. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go, Lauren. Thanks for letting us know.
All right. It's 11:40. Time for our time check. Council? I think at the minimum, we do need a restroom break. But from there, I'm just curious, do we, council, want to continue the evening with public comment or thoughts? Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yes, thank you. I would say, given that the crowd is thinned, I'd love to offer, if folks could find consensus, could we take a quick 10-minute break, and then I imagine that, in fact, a lot of the public comment has probably left the building, so could we give this another 30 minutes and then reassess where we are?
Do we have a second? Or was that a formal motion? I don't know. It's close to midnight. All right, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess and return back here at 11:50. Vote. Okay, let's vote. Why are we? Oh, there we go. Yep. I call back to order this meeting of Lakewood City Council on February 12th at 11:55 p.m. And with that, we will transition over to public comment on our non-agended items. I have a number of sheets up here that we'll go through, and then Mr. Rob, our city clerk, has some down there. If anybody did not previously sign up for public comment, now is the time, so you feel free to see Mr. Rob. In the meantime, this is the part in which we open public comment on items that were not pertaining to the agenda. So, whatever is ailing you or frustrating you or making you very excited, now's your time. So feel free to see City Clerk, and we'll start, I don't know, is Mr. Mace still here? No? Okay. All right. We have Karen Goldman, Marie Venner, then Lori Weber. Karen Goldman, still
I
here?
don't think she stuck around. Mayor Strom.
Okay.
Was she here?
And Marie is gone. Lori Weber?
Good evening.
Welcome.
It's time for an ice cream break. America shamefully does have a huge homeless population, and Lakewood obviously has an increasing homeless population. Lakewood also, it is said by a lot of people, everyone up that spoke earlier, that we have limited resources. I am against housing of illegal immigrants. I'm very sympathetic to their cause, but they should come over legally. And that's not your problem, it's our federal government's problem. But we still have to deal with it because Denver's a sanctuary city, right? So let's help our residents in Lakewood. We need to address affordable housing, boost the police department, do more to fight human trafficking. I'm in Ward 4, and my son is a fighter of human trafficking, and we had 2 girls in our neighborhood that got lost in the system and were human trafficked for years, and you would never expect that. It's happening everywhere. We also need to devote more resources to our developmentally disabled. My son and daughter-in-law work with that group, and there's a lot of them that they work with that are from Lakewood. Where's their housing? We have lots of other issues to deal with our own residents that are already here, basically. Seniors who do own housing, and I'm in that age group, might not be able to pay a 35 to 45% property increase. It might not be in the budget. And there's so many increases on food. And make your Social Security checks that we've paid into the Social Security system for 40 or 50 years, and it's not keeping up with inflation. By God, why did we quit our jobs, right? To retire. So basically, we need to help our seniors. Why don't we consider a limit on property tax increases? I know values have gone up. That doesn't mean that property taxes have to go up that sky high. What else? Let's talk public safety. Hang on here. I have more notes. Public safety. Obviously, from the people that are coming into our country illegally, there's dangerous new street gangs that have begun operating in American cities, and groups of illegal aliens that have been heavily impacted in crime sprees. Take the Venezuelan gang that carried out all the retail robberies and the smashing up of Chicago. There's San Francisco, from one coast to the other. The beating, and I think it was this week, of a New York City police officer or 2 right in the middle of Times Square. Not only did that shock the tourists, I'm sure it shocked the entire world. Imagine what they're saying, right? or the drunk driver, illegal aliens who kill Americans, the sex offenders who prey on the American women and children and sing. Uh-oh, it's up already. So anyways, Lakewood is a great city to live in, and I don't want that to change. It's what I call my home. I've been here 43 years. So basically, we need answers on how Lakewood's infrastructure can support illegals. So please consider that if we are going to start taking them.
Thank you.
Please. What's happened is
Your time is up. I'm
all right.
sorry.
Well, thank you. So basically,
Okay.
we're not Denver. Let's take care of our current residents
Ms. Weber,
and
you're
try and love
okay.
one another.
Thank you. Next, we have Fred Clifford, Mike Mueller, Andrea Galick, and then Jody Nickerson.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's great to be here, and it's great to be here tonight with so many of your employers. So I want to mention something that has already been brought up tonight. I've been in a lot of neighborhoods of the last 4, 5, 6, 18 years, and I see a lot of signs. One of the signs has a bunch of assertions that pretty much everybody agrees with. I think they're trying to make a distinction by saying other people don't like this. There's some ambiguities, and I'm not talking about them, but there's one that's already been mentioned. So there's an assertion that was mentioned earlier tonight that no human being is illegal. And that's absolutely true. We don't come out of the womb as illegals. I don't, just become from the fact that I'm from Wisconsin doesn't make me illegal. But I think the implication is that there are no actions that are illegal. So why do we have laws? If there are no actions that are illegal, then what's the point of having the rule of law? One of the things that happened in 1776 and the following years is that we went from the rule of a king or the rule of certain people to the rule of law. The rule of law is so important because if without the rule of law, it's arbitrary. I like you, I'm the king, so I like you, so I'll favor you. I don't like you, so you're my enemy. Whereas a law is something it's equally applied to everybody. So the rule of law is so important. Without the rule of law, we're slaves, basically. So if those of you who don't support the rule of law, I believe you're supporting slavery. So, that's one of the things we've done in the progress in the last 200-300 years that have made things a lot better. We've supported the rule of law. The other thing, and I really respect Mr. Ginsburg. I heard him talk last weekend, or I guess the weekend before. There's a lot of nonprofits that do not accept any tax dollars. And they do that on purpose because it allows them to do their job much more effectively. So that's controversial. I know not everybody agrees with that. There's public-private partnerships, but I think the model that maybe we'll get to someday, maybe 5 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, maybe after I'm long and gone, we'll get to the idea of actually having compassion. When a nonprofit, if I give to a charity, that's compassion. If I ask government to steal from somebody in order to help somebody else, there's no compassion in that. I believe in compassion. So therefore, I don't believe in theft. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford.
I had this big, long speech I was going to do, but I think I'm going to change my mind. I've lived here since 1953. A lot of you have no idea how long that is, but it's been a long time. I've raised my family here. I've raised my grandkids here. I've got great grandkids here. Matter of fact, my family has 40 members that live in the Lakewood area. That's almost a voting block. We enjoyed our city. But now I'm having to, at my age, get on my house and put up ring cameras and securities and I guess it's going to be Contino wire next. But I was talking to the gentleman that runs the center, and he said that, well, I told him about 180, and I've talked to every mayor for the last, I don't know, years and years and years about a group that handles veterans, and all they want is a little bit of money from the city, and they can handle it. They have a 90% success rate in drug addiction and alcohol addiction for veterans. It's not even close. He doesn't even cure. He doesn't help them. He gives them a bath and kicks them out the door. That's not helping. That's not helping. And it's such a small bit of help for the amount of money that is going into that project. It's not really worth it. But the biggest fear we should have right now is the illegals that are coming up from Denver. Our police department cannot handle it. It's going to take a massive amount of money to help the police department. The center, you're not looking at the inflation of the costs that are going to go into that thing. It's going to be a money pit. The city of Lakewood cannot afford it with their tax base going down. Retail is going down. But that's not all the problem. The schools, what are they going to do with all the illegals? And they are illegals. They came without, some of them didn't even go through check-in. They're not vetted. Some are gangsters, some are drug dealers. These people are going into our schools. And who's going to pay for all the supplies and the teachers that we need to educate these kids that don't even speak English? And they have 12 different languages that they got to teach them in. Where are we going to get the teachers for all this? The expense is just incredible. The medical, there's no way Lakewood can possibly do the medical. I sat in an emergency room for 24 hours because I couldn't get a room because of all the illegals in the emergency room. It's a problem. You got big problems.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Next, we have Andrea Galick, Jody Nickerson, Jerry Morris, and then Linda Noss. No, Andrea?
Andrea left?
Jody?
Andy? Oh, Andy
Andy.
Galick left.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I'm up. My name is Gerald Morris.
Sir?
Lived here in Lakewood.
Sir, use the microphone.
Microphone, right, yep, thank you.
All right, I should have known that. My name is Gerald Morris. I've lived in Lakewood for 50-some years. And I've got a problem with definitions. Number one, when you keep talking about affordable housing, what's affordable? Affordable to who? You know, you have no definition. You just talk about having it. The other one is you talk about immigrants. What are the immigrants? Most of them are illegal. Call them what they are. I'm not being dispassionate, but like the gentleman said before, you got rule of law. Illegal's illegal. And Roger stated, they're here. What are we going to do? You talk about wanting to help Denver or ask Denver what we can do to help. What you're probably saying is, if they're not going to come here, we're going to give you money. Whose money? My money. I'm sitting here, my taxes went up my house. When I can't afford to pay the taxes in my house, what's going to happen? I lose my house. I mean, the other thing is, this center they're talking about, the minute Lakewood buys it, it comes off the tax rolls. And I dispute the $80,000 a piece per person, what it costs. No, it doesn't. You could send, for $80,000, I talked to Roger, they could send them to Puerto Vallarta, pay them for a year to live in a resort. But we can't keep letting them come in here and overrun. And if you think they're going to stop at the border of Sheridan and not come in here. When we make it comfortable for them to be here, they will be here. The only way they won't come here is you make it uncomfortable. And don't allow it. Don't allow the outdoor camping, none of that. Get rid of it. Have the police go run them out, the city, whatever. They can't be here. We cannot afford it. The other thing is, and I'm sure you all realize it, you work for us. We elected you guys, and remember that when it all goes downhill, like he said, when it all goes downhill and your name comes up for re-election, you're going to say, look what we did? Anyway, I'll forgo my last 29 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Linda Nuss, then Linda Vakoff, and then Michelle Lazaro. Michelle left. All right. Hilda? Did you? Okay, thank you. Ian Tafoya.
Hi, everybody. Thanks again to the staff for being here late. I used to work for the Denver City Council, and I would be at meetings till very late at night, probably marijuana being some of the more controversial topics. My name is Ian Thomas Tafoya, and I'm a graduate of Lakewood High School. You heard me yell out, "Go Tigers" there. I'm also a graduate of the Lakewood Citizens Planning Academy, which is super nerdy, and I appreciate everybody taking the time to go through that academy if you want to come here and complain. I've worked for 3 branches of local government, recently ran for Denver mayor, and I'm here today. Well, first I came here to support this idea of this navigation center. All these people who are talking about how they might be homeless soon, they're going to be happy that navigation center is in existence. In particular, I want to really zero in on what you guys are doing around zoning. And I want to take a chance to say that I'm going to be sending you all some research. I released a buildable lands analysis, which is this idea of how do we determine what housing do we have in the metro area, in the Dr. Cog area, and how do we layer in things that are positive, plus services, negatives, like toxic emissions from Trumo BCT, for example, right, off the West Line. We know this is happening at the state legislature. We're having huge conversations about land use, zoning, allowing TODs. There are some TODs that are just not safe. I'm gonna give that example again, right there, right off of Kipling and the West Line. So this research that we did, it was with the University of Denver and the University of Colorado, Denver. And it's a really amazing tool that we released a presentation on. I have a YouTube presentation, and watch the whole thing. But I think it's a really good time right now for you all to be thinking about this. I sat on my City of Denver's comp plan, Blueprint Denver, our transportation and housing, and we've got all these amazing programs that we kind of got to figure out where to target them. And I'm really frustrated seeing what's happening in Commerce City and some other places where we're putting more affordable housing where it's not healthy. And we're paying for that on the back end with our Medicaid costs, in particular for the people who are most low income. And so I think we can be smarter about that. I also want to take a minute here to complain about how many damn car washes you guys are allowing on Wadsworth. When I think about people who are fighting to save the owls and the people who are concerned about trees, and you look at Wadsworth, and having grown up here, I bought my grandma's house, I live in Bear Valley, just on the Denver side. There are more car washes, auto parts stores that are being allowed on these corridors that we could have TODs on. And so I really think as you're digging into your land use, we got to figure out how to do away with some of that, because I can't wash my car that many times. I don't know, some people say we're like funneling money through those things illegally. I don't really know, that's hearsay. But we can't allow any more damn car washes on Wadsworth or Colfax or any of these other places when we know we need to build housing. We know that these are the corridors that are set for BRT, among other things. And I think in my last few seconds, I want to say I've also been working for years on public transportation at Red Rocks. Commissioner Kerr and I and Anna Paul, now he's with Denver, have been working with Morrison and Golden, and we want Lakewood to be part of that as well. So I just want to put that on your table, that that's an issue that we're working on right now. We just toured it a few weeks ago. So thanks for having me here, and thanks for staying up late for us.
Thank you, Mr. Tafoya. Brian Loma. Okay, thank you. And then we have Christy Thomas, Elisa Hansen, and then Tina Green.
Yeah, Lisa Hansen, she approached me before she left saying she didn't want to enter public comment.
Okay. Jim Powers, then Tim Pegg, and then Kate Roller.
Both Tim Peck and Kathleen Fuller left and said no public comment.
How about Bernie Ruffinock?
Yes.
He's staying power.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm retired. Anyway, Bernie Ruffinock, Ward 3. I got to tell you, when I came to the meeting, I was about 70% in favor of the proposal. Now I'm about 90% favor. Got a couple little concerns, though. But anyway, and I saw all the council members that spoke were very informative, very well, read or whatever, and very informative, and that was really great, regardless which way it vote. I guess Ward 3 representatives were my favorites, but that's it. Anyway, I get a couple of the concerns I have is that one, okay, I'm in favor of it, but okay, Jefferson County has contributed to some of the ongoing expenses, other than the $9 million grant, the expenses. And then Lakewood City is looking at doing that. Well, we're part of Jefferson County. When Jefferson County contributes, we're contributing. If Lakewood also contributed, now we're contributing twice, and the fine folks in Littleton are contributing once. So I'm looking at that as a fair. I would really like to see that money that would go go into the extremely financially efficient, safe parking areas for the working poor. Many of them are working 3 part-time jobs, 60 hours a week, and they're living in their cars. And yet you provide restrooms. You could I'm from Minnesota. I tell you, a 500-watt portable heater can keep a car warm overnight. You could provide a small amount of electricity. I mean, it's a very efficient. And also do what some of the mountain cities are doing, is providing housing for people who have proof that they are working a low-wage town in that city. And that's where I'd like to see things done like that, and I, another thing too is that, the migrants and stuff like that. When the migrants are fleeing persecution from Venezuela or El Salvador, they get into Mexico. Mexico lets them stay. Now they're out of their persecution. When they cross from Mexico to here, they have become economic refugees. And then Denver offers safe passage, transportation out of town. Half of them take it. The half that don't take it have chosen to freeze. And I think, they're probably average intelligence or above. That's how they made the trip. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. So I don't disrespect them, but I just thinking it's not ours to pay for it. It's not our fault. And I know that the navigation center, fine, let everybody in. I'm okay with that. But as far as other housing stuff, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Ms. Reddick, I think, left. Tom Zapico? I mean, I've said that right. Nope. Don Burkhart? Amber Varwig?
Amber Varwig, Ward 2. I've listened to a lot of what people had to say tonight. You guys have listened to a lot of what people had to say tonight, but I want to start what I have to say with thanking each and every member of council. You've been yelled at, you've been insulted, you've been screamed at, but at the end of the day, you're listening to everybody. I mean, that's true. You're listening to everyone. You're responding to people. You came into work knowing that people were very confused about some issues and that they were angry about that confusion. You put out statements trying to handle the misinformation because you recognized that something was happening and it was wrong and it needed to be pushed back on. There are not a lot of city councils that do stuff like this. And I know that because when I'm talking to other people that sort of do what we do, they're shocked at the fact that you guys seem to care as much as you do. And I think maybe we don't always take a moment to say thank you to the people who stepped up, asked to be elected, got elected. Yeah, you do work for us. And you know what? From what I'm hearing, you're doing a darn fine job. You apparently are going to be accomplishing quite a bit in 2024 to make all of our lives better. So I just wanted to take a minute to highlight the fact that I appreciate all the work that you guys have done and are continuing to do. Having said that, no, there's nobody that's illegal. Yes, there are illegal actions. If you come into my house and steal my television, I'm gonna call the cops on you. If you walk up to me and slap me in the face, I'm gonna call the cops on you. These are illegal actions. Seeking asylum is not an illegal action, and stating that people are illegal means that you've talked to every person who's come here, 40,000 people, and you've asked every one of them whether they're seeking asylum or not. Because if you haven't, you're conjecturing, and you're doing it with hate and vitriol, because you have no idea what these people are doing or what they've been through or the hell they went through to get here. And you've got to question, if they're here and they're cold and they're freezing and they're hated and on, how bad was it that they had to flee the interview? You know what I mean? How bad was it they had to run for their lives? And if this community can be welcoming, it's not our job to say who's allowed to be here. It's our job to figure out, are you freezing? Do you have food? Do you have clothes on your back? And you guys are trying to do that. Or at least you're making sure other people can do that. Both, really. And that's more than a lot of people do. And I just really wanted to come up here and thank you all for the hard work that you do, for the vitriol that you take, and for doing the right thing anyway, because damn, that's a hard thing to come by these days. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. I know it's almost the end of the night. Please, no audible. We want to keep moving. I really appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate everyone supporting, well, not everyone supporting everyone, but those that are here in support of others. Thank you so much. But yes, let's please keep the audibles off. With that, we'll move on to D. Pierce. Then we have Aaron Kenworthy, and then Don, oh, I won't pronounce this right, Garrick? Garrick, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right, then Aaron Kenworthy.
Good evening, or good morning. Mayor Strom, council members, city staff, and fellow community members, I'm Erin Kenworthy. I live in Ward 5, and I've been a Lakewood resident for 15 years. I'm also serving currently as the District 4 Jefferson County School Board Director. I'm speaking today as an independent citizen of Lakewood for myself personally, and not on behalf of the Board of Ed or the Jeffco School District, just so that we're all clear. I'm here just again for gratitude. Thank you for sitting here. I've been here with you since 5:30. Thank you for being educators, meeting makers, and hearing those who are frustrated or misinformed. I have a lot to say, but not a lot of time. So I want to lead with what is personal is political, and that all of us have personal experiences that feed how we show up politically. I want to thank you for switching the executive report this evening to earlier in this meeting and for the information that it provided. And I'd like to express my gratitude for the work that our council has already done to support services like the Community Action Team for unhoused residents of Lakewood. I'd also like to share my gratitude for community organizations that continue to provide food, clothing, shelter, and support for unhoused members of our community, because some of those unhoused members of our community are students in Jefferson County schools, and their families, and those students need more support than our schools and our teachers could possibly provide. A navigation center like the one that you have voted to move ahead with is something that will benefit also people that I am deeply invested in supporting. I'd also like to thank groups like the Action Center, Lakewood Connects, other faith-based organizations, individual community members, Family Tree, Resource Works, Joy's Kitchen, and others who have pulled together recently in the wake of an influx of people who are in need to provide for those people who are unable, for whatever reason, to provide for themselves. I would like to lift up that it truly takes a community with heart to touch hearts, and I encourage continued efforts to support all children and their families, that they have access to receive necessary resources, not only to survive, but to thrive here in Lakewood. Lakewood's not an island. Jeffco's not an island. We are in this together. We have homeless students. We are homeless students. There is no us and them. This is we. We are a community, all of us together, old, young, sober, not, housed and not. We are all here together. And so what we do to help other people helps ourselves as well. Thank you so much for staying late this evening. I appreciate you.
Thank you. They're ready for you. Yep. After that, we've got Sean Haggerty and then Grant Shelley.
And I'm Don Gehring, Ward 1, and I'll probably relinquish part of my time. I wasn't prepared to talk this evening, but I wanted to just express grief, at the false accusations of racism for those that are concerned about the immigration issue, because I work with Food Bank and I support missionaries from South America and interact with them extensively, and my heart also grieves for the environment out of which these people have come, where literally gangs rule the neighborhoods. If I were out there, I too would want to immigrate, even if it's illegal. So my heart goes out to them. And racism isn't just a sin, it's an abomination before the Lord. And so when there's an accusation for those that are concerned about the logistics of unbridled immigration, the name calling, well, it hurts. And I thought, well, I should let them know I don't even want to be in the same room with racism. Spiritually speaking, it stinks.
Speak into the mic.
I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Gehring. Sean Haggerty, Sean Haggerty, then Grant Shelley, then Joshua Comden.
Mayor Strom and Council, first of all, I'd like to compliment all of you on handling the best public hearing I've been at in probably a couple of years, simply because you have listened, you've extended an actual hearing, and you've allowed people to speak without some of the abuse and some of the problems that we've seen in the past. And I think that's a compliment to all of you, especially the newer members that may not be aware of what I might be referring to. Some of the members on council, and Rich and Mary Jansen, could speak to the fact that in the past they've taken a lot of abuse. Hopefully you can all come together and work together much more like you have today. I appreciate that. One of the things that I was concerned about when I heard about the Navigation Center and I heard about the illegal immigration process was the fact that there are issues that gave a number of people the idea that we were a sanctuary city. Okay? It's pretty clear, Wendy, from your statement that that's not a word you've discussed, that's not a process you want to use. I think what I'd like the city to consider is being stronger so that we can deter immigrants from coming here from Denver or from other locations. And I think by some positive statements ahead of time, we can cut that down. Now, my primary reason is economic. Right now, most of those immigrants that are coming here are fostering the cartels to make billions of dollars. The sex trafficking, the economic trafficking. The Colorado Mills is one of the largest areas in this region for those actual two issues. It's something that if you talk to the federal sources and you talk to the police officers that get involved in this, will tell you that the money those people are on the hook for when they get here is significant. and the gangs and the cartels follow up on that. That is probably the saddest thing. The amount of rape, the amount of abuse, the amount of other issues that they suffer coming here is unbelievable. If you get a chance, watch The Sound of Freedom to get a little bit of background. You have to look for it. Mainstream media doesn't talk about it, but it's there. And we don't want to be a party to that type of thing. Now, with regard to Lakewood and with regard to the crime that we have here, it's not all by the end homeless. I know a lot of vets that have issues, that need support. And unfortunately, under some of the the Housing First projects that some of our people that provide housing assistance to, they don't get the support they need because other people who are less deserving have a problem. If you get a chance, talk to Father James Fry at Main Street Ministries. He can tell you examples of where he's got homeless individuals, sometimes women with small children, working couples, that have been locked out of homeless projects, that have not been able to get those services, and they've been given to people that are significantly less deserving. I'm glad that we are spending resources. My concern and my focus here was on how efficient and how can we get the most bang for our buck and help the homeless. Thank you. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Grant Shelley. Joshua Comden. Then we have Sam Morant and then John Wind.
I've come with a list. Don't worry, it's not the list I talked about 5 months ago, so you can all be fine. This is a list of attendees who are in favor of being a good neighbor, who came out before the meeting but couldn't stay very long for the whole night. So I'm going to list their name and their ward. Pauline Nunez, Ward 3. Louis Colker, Ward 3. Doris Nelson, Ward 2. Taylor Nelson, Ward 2. Rihanna Wenning, Ward 3. Jennifer Buchanan, Ward 5. Sam Bailey, Ward 5. Susan Consella, Ward 4. Zenit Belkin, Ward 4. Amy Norwood, Ward 4. Eva Frickel, Ward 4. Sarah Nelson, Ward 1. Georgie Marquise, Ward 1. Ashley Aguilar, Ward 3. Jeremiah Medina, Ward 4. Zylo Lee, Denver. Neri, Ward 5. Denise Pierce, Ward 2. Chana Guy, Ward 1. Nate Whitman, Ward 5. Kathleen Fuller, Westminster. Sandy Weathers, Ward 3. Robert Adams, Ward 2. Vanessa Coates, Denver. Matthew Donnellan, Lakewood. Erica Rose, Ward 1. And I'm sorry if I pronounced your names, any names wrong. I'm wearing sunglasses at night. That's my fault. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comden. Sam Morant, then John Wind, then Elizabeth Molinar.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Molinar, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. And I am here to ask City Council to allocate actually more resources to immigrants. I am an immigrant. I came to Lakewood 7 years ago. I have experienced up close how complicated and flawed the U.S. immigration system is. I came as the spouse of a U.S. citizen, something that most people think grants you automatic status. But in fact, it was very arduous and expensive to come here. The long process propelled me into depression, and I had money, a nice house, a hot shower, and food. I came with clothes appropriate for the weather and with all my furniture and memorabilia from back home. I came speaking English fluently. Moreover, people treated me as if I belonged. Never once was my presence questioned, except for at the interview to get my residence permit. I cannot even imagine what it would be like if you come here to find a safe haven and have to stay in a subpar housing or a tent and no money nor resources. Moreover, people treat you as if they'd rather not have you here, that your presence is hotly debated in no uncertain negative terms. The poem on the Statue of Liberty reads, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." I want to urge the city to do more than supporting Denver and coordinating efforts. I want Lakewood to free up and allocate resources for immigrants. Doing this at the government level will lead to better structured social safety nets and will unburden the receiving population. As an anthropologist, I know that there's evidence of this around the world. It is our collective responsibility and not an individual's decision on who is deserving or who is not, especially in context of that these types of crises have been produced from inaction on immigration over a long period of time and mostly historically developed global inequalities. Be the inclusive community we claim to be on our city signs. Please be that golden door. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is good morning. My name is Dr. Michael Barankin, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. First, I'd like to wholeheartedly thank all of you for reacting immediately and deliberately to correct the misinformation about our city and this body that was circulated last week. But I'm also here to humbly request that you allocate some of the city's resources specifically to the immigrants and asylum seekers that are coming to Lakewood. As I mentioned in my comments a few meetings ago, my great-grandfather came here as an undocumented asylum seeker at 12 years old. Some people who are here this evening may have called him an illegal. Fleeing persecution in Ukraine, he was illiterate in 4 languages, and he went on to achieve the American dream. He got an education, he started a business, and he eventually earned a Purple Heart defending this country. Meanwhile, his son, my grandfather, worked on the Manhattan Project, helping to end the war. I also spoke with my maternal grandparents who came from China to Hawaii for a chance to build a better life, which they did, bringing forth generations of Americans who would serve their communities from housing associations and neighborhood and citywide affairs up to the military and the national government. We, just like all of the other people here tonight who are not 100% Native American, are descended from immigrants to this country, whether we all remember that fact or not. I also spoke about my wife, who just spoke before me, who's a more recent immigrant. And although she was not an asylum seeker, and even though she's fluent in English, highly educated, and she'd been married to an American for over 5 years when we got here, and honestly, even though she's of a European origin, which shouldn't make a difference, but we both find it hard to believe it didn't when so many people call her the good kind of immigrant. Despite all of this, it was still incredibly hard for us just to get through the process to get her residence permit. I had no idea as a natural-born citizen how difficult the federal immigration system process was, and I think a lot of my fellow citizens don't either. And the more I learned about it, the more broken I realized it is. It was hard on both of us, but especially her. And I know that you all can't fix the federal immigration system. Luckily, we were comfortable enough that during the whole time she wasn't able to be gainfully employed. She was able to volunteer her time to several different organizations, giving back to our community. And yet we were only able to purchase a home last year about 1.5 miles from where we'd been renting in Ward 1 in the cloud from Tarumo every once in a while, depending on which direction the wind blows. To be clear, so we'd been renting there for 7 years, and we were finally able to buy a house last year. To be clear, even though she's not a citizen, we're both equally residents of Ward 1, and we actively contribute to our neighborhood and the broader Lakewood community. Today's immigrants and asylum seekers are a huge part of the future of our community and our country, and how we treat them will determine how that plays out. If we give them support and opportunities, we'll build strong neighbors and even stronger communities. If we hang them out to dry, we could run the risk of harming them or even turning some of them into criminals, just trying to survive. I urge you to do the right thing and everything we can as a city to support this vulnerable part of our community to protect and secure the future of Lakewood. And I would also refer you to a study from 2019 from Princeton that shows that immigrants are actually the most upwardly mobile section of American society. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Mitzi Wineland, then Carolyn Wolfram, then Erica Rozek. And I think Pastor Ben Hensley is gone. So, Mitzi Wineland. Nope, Carolyn Wolfram, you're up.
Good morning. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for having the partnerships with Denver that allow these discussions to take place, and understanding that Denver and the surrounding cities do not function as silos and are in fact an ecosystem of cities that are affected by what happens in the other cities in the metro area. Thank you for having the foresight, which helps you understand that the migrant crisis will affect Lakewood, and we need to know what resources are available so that we can care for every single person, veteran, just people with a disability, TBI, everybody within our city limits thoughtfully. Thank you for taking the time to hear all the voices in the room, even in the face of inaccuracies and that have caused such unnecessary vitriol. Thank you most of all for remembering that those who have come here are our fellow human beings who have lived through more horrors and more things than many in this room can even imagine. Thank you for becoming informed about the actual ways you can solve problems that have been dropped in your lap, because some areas of our government are years behind in terms of their ability to give these people the opportunities they desire to become a part of our country's melting pot legally, while others have recently thrown away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to at least make a start on immigration reform. I appreciate your strength, I appreciate your bravery, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Rozak on Denver West Court. Pastor Ben's gone. Mr. Rob, your list.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Bradley Bruce, then an Adam Lennox.
So close.
I just want to first thank the mayor and the council members here for staying until almost 1 a.m. My name is Brad. I live in Ward 2. And I just wanted to speak today. I didn't really plan very much of this, but I kind of want to show support for the proposal today. And I think I kind of agree with what those two said over there, that I think we should be doing more to allocate funds to migrants coming from Denver. As previously mentioned, the surrounding cities are not silos. What happens in Denver does affect Lakewood and vice versa. And I think it's really important to remember that, again, as previously stated, America is a country of immigrants. Unless you are Native American, we are all descendants of people that came here. Almost 200 years ago, my family immigrated from Ireland during the potato famine. We had no troubles. We were poor. There was very little money that we had to come over, but we weren't considered to be illegals. We were given work. We came through Ellis Island, and there were very little questions. There were no, complicated hoops to jump through. There was no court dates that they had to come back to years later. So I think this process should be streamlined, like it used to be. And what else did I want to say? Sorry. I just wanted to say one more thing, that I have a 4-year degree in computer science. I'm doing a lot better than the average resident, I think, in Lakewood, not to brag or anything, but I still want to point out that even while I do have that privilege of being highly educated and living in an affluent area, I am still infinitely closer at any given time to being homeless on the streets than I am to being a millionaire or even owning a home. I'm 25, and it is unlikely that I will ever be able to afford a home in Colorado, unfortunately. Maybe eventually, but I think it's important to remember that for most people in this room, it is infinitely more likely that we will end up needing the support and assistance that this board can provide. And I don't think that we should be limiting those resources to necessarily just residents. I think all humans deserve that, you know, to have a roof over their head, to be fed, to be warm. So yeah, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next up, I have Adam Lennox. Then Abi Habad, and then Adal Raja.
Hello, Mayor, and then City Council. I've never spoken this late at all in front of everybody, and I had a lot to say, and I don't know if I'm going to say a lot. But I appreciate you guys, first off. I think you stand against racism and bigotry, and I like the stance that you take, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Richard, I got a little different vibe from you, but I appreciate you too. I hope you keep an open mind. Earlier you talked about one of the gentlemen that you were asking questions about the logistics of a particular place. And one of the comments you made, which really got me, was you asked me if he was a citizen or not, right? I think you should definitely ask something about a citizen or not. You should check on that. But anyway, what I was trying to get at is just because somebody's not a citizen or not, I think it might have been a shelter or something, that shouldn't prevent me, if I'm in a very tough situation, to be taken care of. I'm from the state of Georgia. So if you come to Georgia and you tell me you're a Broncos fan and your car broke down, I would help you, right? That'd be the right thing to do, right? So I'm hoping you change your stance. But anyway, the reason why I'm here talking to you is about the housing situation, right? I'm an immigrant myself. I moved in this country as a young child. I've relied on Section 8 housing for a while. I relied on government assistance when I was in school to get some lunch. We couldn't afford it. Because of that program, now, alhamdulillah, we're doing really well. I did well. My sister is a pharmacist. My brother is a doctor. And we're not rapists, right? And that program helped. And now we're contributing to the society. I pay taxes, good amount of taxes, right? We help. So the programs that you do, it does help. And I've seen a lot of generalization here. We're talking about, when we talked about immigrants, we talk about they're rapists, they're drug dealers, right? I could say the same thing to every white person that's sitting in this room, right? I have seen a lot of racist stuff in Georgia when I was growing up. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're a racist. You're a racist. I shouldn't say that. I don't look at color, right? I expect the same treatment when you look at immigrants. When the immigrants here, I'm not a rapist, I'm not a drug dealer, give me a chance. Give me a fair chance, and I'll prove it to you I'm not, right? So I really hope you do keep an open mind to that, because this community is a good community. And the only way to grow is not to be selfish. If you help an immigrant, they'll pay taxes, they'll help this city. If you kick them out the curve, then somebody said they had cameras, watching on their house, then you would need cameras because I don't have nothing to do. So I would come at your house, right? So, and one great example I had, if I give a couple more seconds, that's an analogy, is there's two levels of a boat. The people at the bottom were thirsty. They asked the people at the top, we need some water, and they said no. So the people at the bottom dug a hole to get the water, the whole ship sank. I really urge you to think about that, because, your opinion does matter. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Councilor. Richard, I believe in you, guy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adal Raja. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I get to go again?
No, sorry. I have Khalid Al-Ali, and then Giselle Hertzfeld.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being this early, I guess. And yes, my name is Khalid Al-Ali. I am an asylum seeker who sought refuge from persecution and looked for safety and security. Nobody wants to leave their home and, just their home country, but we as immigrants are looking for a better place and a better life. And the opportunity to share our lives with my fellow Americans, which we call our brothers and sisters, okay? And because the way I look at it, like he said, we all are immigrants once. So immigrants work. I work every day and I pay my taxes. I contribute into the society and I work to see my fellow immigrants, and I want to see my fellow immigrants succeed just like me and help our city do better. And no, we are no cartels. No, we are no sex traffickers. No, we are not drug dealers. That's not we are. We hard-working people. And we no part of clans or whatsoever you think about us. We're just good people. We're just hard-working people looking to live the American dream. And last but not least, I just want to say, please fund the services in Lakewood and provide housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Giselle Herzfeld, and then Linda Badwan.
Hello, members of the Lakewood City Council. My name is Giselle Herzfeld, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Colorado Front Range. I first want to thank you all for staying so late to allow us to exercise our democratic voice. The level of democracy that you are demonstrating is truly so rare these days, so I thank you and I commend you. As the daughter of a Mexican immigrant, I want to say that I am appalled by the blatant racism that has been expressed during this meeting. The migrants being referenced tonight are people. They are beautiful human beings who have come to our state, and they should not be demonized and their suffering should not be ignored. They did not come here frivolously. They came here because they were forced to by extreme and dangerous circumstances that were entirely out of their control, and because they want the same thing that we all want. They want the opportunity, even the slightest chance for survival, and they want a better future for their children. These are not dangerous people. These are kind, hardworking people who have gone through absolute hell to get here. To make the journey from Venezuela to Colorado, people have to experience things that most people in this room could not even imagine. I pray that the people in this room never have to face a circumstance so dire, so life-threatening, that they are forced to be subjected to the pain, suffering, and soul-crushing humiliation of fleeing for their lives as refugees. I love the women selling roses and the men cleaning car windows on the side of the road. I love them. I love speaking with them in Spanish. They always say, que Dios te bendiga, may God bless you. I feel blessed for these short moments of connection because these people are kind, they are brave, they are loving, and they are making the best of their situation. And they are finding an active and totally harmless means of making an income when they have nothing but their own strength and willpower to push them forward another day. They are human, and we need to treat them with the same respect and compassion that we all deserve. It is winter right now. The Venezuelan weather has not prepared them for Colorado cold. No one deserves to freeze to death and starve. I hope that you and everyone in this room can recognize that we are all connected by our shared humanity and treat everyone as such. I also want to say that if the good people here care so much about funding our local needs, there is a lot that could be done to meet our local needs with the $17 billion our country is about to send to Israel to massacre innocent people in Gaza, $2.4 million of which comes from the Lakewood residents' federal taxes. So I hope that these good people will enthusiastically join our call for a ceasefire resolution to fund local needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuzis, and then Linda Badwan.
Saludos, mi nombre es el Dr. Mohammed. In my dad, I spoke Spanish because based off my color, it's hard to tell what I am, but I actually grew up and was born and raised in the United States. I grew up in Missouri. I am the child of two immigrant parents who came from the Syrian Arab Republic because of persecution. My parents are no longer allowed back in that country. Multiple uncles of mine are no longer allowed back in that country. But I, like many of my colleagues, am proof that if you take a seed and you plant it in fertile soil, it will grow and become a tree and put down roots and produce for generations to come. Versus if you take that same seed and you throw it onto pavement, onto concrete, it will grow and it will become a weed and a thorn in everybody's side. I wanted to stand up and speak because I don't appreciate the artificial dichotomy I've heard tonight that we as a society have two options. Either we care and house our migrant communities, whether they're illegal or not, or we care for our veteran communities. We as a society have an obligation to our veterans first and foremost, and the fact that we have created within our government and within our politics this dichotomy that it's either one or the other shows that our priorities as Americans are misaligned. We need to go back and focus on our people and focus on the people who are presently here. We're not talking about changing immigration policy. We're talking about dealing with the people who, if you go out and drive tonight on your way home, you'll see there are people freezing on the corners. We're talking about dealing with those people. So with that in mind, I continue to ask, like everybody else, and thank you guys once again also for being here so late, just to continue the mercy that you guys have shown to these people, because know that any investment you guys make in these generations will yield dividends in the future. Myself and multiple other people have shown that. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if we could check in. Oh, is that
we have
okay.
one more?
It's like if we have 2 more pages. No, we have 1 more person. Great, I want to hear from them.
Yeah, Linda Badwan, are you still here?
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you again. That crowd and myself, we have been in a council meeting since 4:45 p.m., just not this one. We were actually at the Denver City Council meeting, doing some other work around the Palestinian issue, and we felt strongly that we needed to make our way over here because I believe strongly in my heart that all of this is interconnected. If you recall, you gave me the time to introduce myself a couple of weeks ago and tell you that I was born in Jerusalem and grew up in the Intifada myself, grew up under a persecution and an occupation that led my parents to come here, to immigrate here. So my parents were immigrants and I'm an immigrant. They brought me here when I was 3. And I just want to really emphasize that wonderful things come out of the opportunity to be able to come here. And like all my friends back there said, all my brothers and sisters in this room that expressed this earlier, we are not to be generalized. Please don't do that, please. And for the gentleman behind me, I would like to say respectfully, my native language is Arabic. That's my native language. And I think my teachers did beautifully teaching me and getting me to where I am with how I'm able to speak today. And I think that can be the same for the immigrants that continue to come through. Just like my friends also said, we're not to judge anybody. If we see somebody in need, we help them. That is our job as human beings, and that is my strong belief. And this is why I'm standing before you, even though I think it's past 1 a.m. or almost, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted. But again, I feel strongly that this is all interconnected, whether it be the Palestinian people, the immigrants, the homeless people on our streets, we're all connected one way or the other. So I want to thank you for making the decision you made tonight around the navigation center. That is something probably that I'm sure even someone like myself could benefit from as a resident, and our immigrant population and our homeless population. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for giving me the time to speak once again, and I hope to see you guys again in the future. You have a lovely evening. And I'm going to IHOP right now.
All right. As I was just thinking, I was hungry. Okay, so thank you everybody that joined us for our multiple rounds of public comment tonight. Really appreciate hearing all of the different perspectives, all the different experiences. And, it helps us do government better. So thank you, everyone, for staying here until the morning. We do have one more agenda item, general business this evening before we move on to council reports. And I think we just have one. It was the special meetings budget. Is that a vote that we need to do, or? Okay. All right. So do you have a motion for that?
This is now as a past meeting. That's how long we've been here. I don't have a motion. So then I can find the budget.
Yeah, it's the budget. Sorry, Mayor and Council, this is just a shift a shift in the budget schedule for October to allow staff and the council more time to hear and deliberate the city budget. And so the request is for a special meeting, two special meetings, the first being October 7th, 2024, and the second one being October 21st, 2024. The way that the schedule is currently set in October, it puts council and staff up against the November 1st deadline to adopt the city's budget.
So, yes, essentially we're just asking that we just flip the regular meetings, first and third, to regular meetings, second and fourth, instead of the Mondays, so that we can accommodate the holidays that are in there and still have ample time to print the budget and then meet the deadline end of October. So we've had to do this once before. I think it was a couple of years ago. We didn't do it in this formal way, but we want to make sure we're noticing out with ample time for people to understand that this is unusual, but it just helps with the whole budget process to be able to get it all done in time. So thank you.
Thank you. Can you make a motion on the fly?
Mayor Strom, I move to adopt the schedule suggestions as presented in general business for the 2025 budget process.
Second.
Okay. And voting. I don't have yours. Oh, no, sorry. Yes. Counselor Over, I don't have your vote. All right. Okay, and that passes 11 yays. Thank you. And well, the best news is that after 1 a.m. we have no more votes. So we will go ahead and transition over to, I know some of our counselors have quick reports tonight. Others may decide to forego their time. We'll start with Ward 1.
May I make a motion, a superseding motion?
Okay.
The motion is to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Oh, I wasn't that quick. Okay.
Well done, sir.
All right. And that motion passes 8, I can't even do math anymore. 9 yeas, 2 nays, nays being Counselor Over and Counselor Ryan. And with that, everybody go to bed.